to adjust the heating. You may have seen the toilets on your travel to go down the stairs. The gents' toilets are on this level, the ladies' toilets on the next level, so using the spiral stairs. For lunch, we'll be down on the first floor, so we'll be up and down the stairs today. So, no ado, I'd like to welcome Nigel, who can introduce the show.
Thanks, Diane. Welcome everybody. This is the, and welcome to everybody, those of you who are watching online as well. There's a bunch of people, kind of remote delegates, so I'll explain how they'll be joining in throughout the day. So this is the first time that we have done one of these events, and I'll sort of just give you the background of some of the kind of the thinking behind it. As most of you know, we hold regular partners forums events, which are events which are hosted by FutureLearn and very much kind of a mixture of talks from FutureLearn people and talks from FutureLearn partners and their great networking opportunities. And we tend to hold one or two of those in London every year, and increasingly we hold them internationally as well. And we've got an event in Melbourne next month. Had a little bit of feedback earlier on in the year, like, when's the next partner forum in London? A lot of the UK partners hadn't had an opportunity to meet up, and just in terms of sort of like logistics and how we plan these events, we didn't feel it was this sort of half of the year would be an appropriate time to hold a partners forum in the UK. Because what we wanted to get to is more of a regular schedule. So the next Partners Forum in London is going to take place on the 20th and the 21st of January, or the 21st and the 22nd, 20th and 21st. So that's, and hopefully the details for that are on the FutureLearn partner site, so you can register for that event now, so we'll hopefully see you there. Very convenient to, it's a new venue that we're using, and it's opposite Euston Station, so very, very convenient. Anyway, so I was thinking, what could we do to have a sort of a networking event for partners instead of the Partners Forum? And some of the other feedback that we often get after Partners Forum events is, why are they always in London? And why don't we try and host more, use our partnership and host, have events hosted at our university partners as well. So that was sort of like thinking about, like, okay, well, can we hold an event? And Manchester seemed like an ideal location. Just on a personal level, I absolutely love Manchester. I lived here for a short while, so I always like coming back here. But also in terms of, and it's actually already been good to hear people coming from Scotland today telling me what a much more convenient travel they've had. And I think it's a good location. So thanks again to Diane and to Ian, who's been instrumental in organising today, and I was very sorry to hear of his terrible back problems. So then we're thinking, okay, well, if we're going to have an event like this, we don't just want to replicate a partner forum. We don't want just a load of FutureLearn colleagues just talking all day. What would be a more useful and productive day? So one of the other bits of feedback we've had kind of over the last sort of 12 to 18 months, around what are the types of topics that people would like to talk about. And widening participation, increasing access, those are topics that we've never spent a huge amount of time talking about at FutureLearn, but we're well aware of the different projects, both from a FutureLearn point of view, but also from your sort of like wider university strategic direction in this area. So it seemed like a great topic to cover. And I've been really, really pleased, as you'll see from the agenda, kind of like the wealth of sort of various talks that we've got planned all around this topic. So I'm just going to explain just a few bits of logistics before I sort of talk about how we're going to go. So, like I said, this event is being live streamed, so people are watching it remotely. Chris, my colleague at the back, wave Chris. So Chris will have a roving mic, and he's going to be monitoring any comments that we're getting from the people remotely. But Chris will also be coming around when people want to contribute from the room. It's really important that you speak into the microphone. You won't hear, that's not for the benefit of the people in the room, it's for the benefit of the people watching remotely. So Even if you think, I've got a loud voice, everybody can hear me, it doesn't matter. Please speak clearly into the microphone for the benefit of the people watching. Everybody presenting will have one of these radio mics. So if you're presenting and you don't have a radio mic, one of the people at the back will make sure that you are hooked up to that. The Wi-Fi details are on the table, so hopefully that's all clear to everybody. And then in terms of how the sessions are going to work, you'll see on their agendas on the table. So after the agenda, you'll see these presentation summaries. And so first of all, thank you very much to all of the presenters, A, for volunteering their time to present, but also for the work they've done in helping us prepare a really great, this agenda and thinking about what are the discussion questions. Because what we also want today to be is that you come away learning a lot from what other partners are doing, and also hopefully taking back some of the ideas that you hear today to your various institutions. So the different speakers have suggested discussion questions. So after the presentations, we'll discuss those in tables. Chris will monitor any sort of feedback that we get from the people watching remotely, and then we'll sort of just go around the tables and kind of play that back to the room. And I'm going to be doing my best to do the timekeeping on that. So that is how it is going to work. Lunch is at 12:45 on the first floor. Diana's already said that. And at the end of the day, I notice there's a pub pretty much walking distance. So if nobody's got any other suggestions, let's go there. And yeah, that's all I had to say. And sorry, I want to actually think. So there's somebody from FutureLearn on, I think, most of the tables. So most of the people here are from my team. So there are partnership managers, senior partnership managers. So Lucy, Catherine, Beatrix. At the back is Amy. Amy works in our partner development team. So some of you will know Kate Sanders, who used to be senior partnership manager in my team. She now has a new role in FutureLearn, more focused on new partner recruitment and and partner development. So Amy works with Kate. And a new addition to the FutureLearn team is Barry Holloway, who's sitting on this table. So Barry has been with FutureLearn just for a couple of months, and Barry is our Chief Marketing Officer. Different perspective. He's really here mainly, I think, I sort of thought it would be an interesting opportunity for Barry early on in his FutureLearn career to sort of meet some partners and get a sense of what some of your thinking is. But I'm sure if you want to, if you've marketing questions or any of those types of things, grab. I'm sure Barry will be delighted to speak to you in the breaks. Before we start, is there any questions or comments, or is everything hopefully clear? Great, brilliant. So I don't know if Carol, you've got your microphone yet. Haven't. So here, yeah. So we'll get you mic'd up and find your slides. I've got them. I pressed the wrong button. Great. It's just the down arrow.
Perfect. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much to Manchester for hosting this. me start again? I've got conflicting of stuff. Oh, right, okay. Sorry, guys. Let me go back. Good morning, everyone. I'm Carol Elston from the University of Leeds. Welcome. I'd like to firstly thank Manchester for hosting it today. It's been great to come across the Pennines rather than down to London. I absolutely agree. Okay, what I'm talking to you about today is preparers to advancers. I want to start off by looking at what I mean by preparers and advancers, and I need to take that very much from the FutureLearn acronyms. And I also then want to move on to make some assumptions and a premise. I'm then going to look at how we nurture our preparers at the University of Leeds, and then maybe discuss some ideas of how we might work more collaboratively on this, and then finish off with some questions. So to start with, the FutureLearn archetypes. Some of you will have already seen this slide, and I'm sure if you haven't, they're on the partner site somewhere, or I'm sure Nigel can make them available. But these are the different types of learners that FutureLearn have categorized, and there's some really interesting research done into this, so it's well worth having a look at it if you haven't actually seen that on the site. So my first assumption, and you can see I've put there at the top that universities equal students, and I think that's probably a fair assumption and something that you'd agree. Universities are always keen to find new ways to attract students, whether that be home students, international students, and of course looking at widening participation. In FutureLearn, looking through the different archetypes, I think that these learners are best represented by the term preparers. Hopefully you can see some of this detail. It might be a little bit small, but where you're looking at the age group 19 to 25, this is the biggest group, if you like, under preparers. You can see the spread geographically is great, so it's great for international, and 1.8 enrolments, and a really quite good activation rate and full partition rate. And you can see 29% of this group of learners are defined as students. My second assumption is that FutureLearn equals advancers, and there might be a bit of debate around this, but I think when I've had conversations with colleagues at FutureLearn, I think they are very, very keen to nurture this group of advancers, and there's a lot of reasons for that. They are the biggest group, 50% employed full-time, 2.5 enrolments, again a high activation rate and full participation, and let's be honest about this, a high purchase rate as well. They are the kind of learner that are bringing in revenue to FutureLearn, and we've all got to be about revenue if we're going to move forward. So I think it's quite acceptable that this is the group of people that FutureLearn are really concentrating on. So my premise then is that preparers are the advancers of tomorrow. If we don't nurture and we don't grow that base of preparers, then we're not going to have those advancers to build and maintain, and to make sure that FutureLearn keeps going as we move forward. At the University of Leeds, we try very much to nurture and educate that group of people called preparers. I personally am very passionate about this. Back in, I think it was 2015, looked at our portfolio of courses and thought, how can we actually get those out to these young people? How can we get them interested in online platforms and not just using computers for social media, for gaming, etc.? How can we get them to be really interested in online learning before they come to university? And we looked at the courses we had and looked at to be honest, repurposing what we got into a series of very short courses that were very much aimed at that student group and would be accepted by teachers. And we put together 17 free online courses, which were very much around what we had already. So not particularly aimed at any of our undergraduate programs, not particularly aimed at the curriculum in any way, just to get us a foundation or a critical mass of courses, with the idea we could then add to that for specific courses which aim to recruit potentially to programs. So they were specifically designed for students at school or college, giving a taster of online learning. Also very much supporting widening participation, can be accessed for home tutoring or schools, or just internationally by students or home students. Supporting teachers, I think we were quite clear that it was unlikely that many students would potentially just happen upon these courses. I don't think that happens a great deal. I think it was probably needing signposting by teachers, so very much making them so teachers could appreciate the use of them. Providing an opportunity to undergraduate study at the University of Leeds, so promoting courses. The portfolio has attracted over 700,000 learners from over 100 countries in the last 3 years, so they've proved very, very popular. For those of you who like a bit of stats, again, potentially difficult to see, but Poppy, our marketing manager, is here and she can talk to you more about this. But they're the courses that we had. There's a number which are very much just general courses, and you can see that quite a lot of joiners, particularly anatomy was a very popular one, knowing your abdomen, which is quite a fun course. Starting a business, the most popular, 122 joiners. Obviously, of those joiners, being a FutureLearn platform, all kinds of people are on there. A lot of silver surfers, a lot of older people offering opinions, supporting younger learners, which is absolutely fantastic, but people from all ages, all walks of life. From what we can gather from the demographics, you can see the percentage of age 16 to 28, and also the percentage of those people that would be considered preparers. So not huge percentages, but when you're talking about that critical mass, quite a lot of people. We've got another, we've had one, which was the second one down, Exploring Cancer Medicines. That was actually commissioned by our School of Chemistry to link into a specific program, and that has the recruitment tool in, and that is specifically for recruitment into a program. And the ones that we're developing down there at the bottom was 2 for biology, which again are going to recruit into a program. Another chemistry one, they were so pleased with the first one, they've done another one. And then we've got an international baccalaureate extended essay one, which comes from our education engagement team. So it's true to say, I think marketing and education engagement are just beginning to understand the potential and the power of this, and how there is just such a huge market out there, and it's such a great funnel into the university. So what are the benefits for students? That's why we're doing them. That's the most important thing. I think one of the important things is that these courses are shaped by latest research. They include research. They are designed by leading academics. I think we all know this, but they help develop those collaboration skills. They encourage that online and social learning. Discussing with people around the world is just an amazing opportunity, and a skill that really helps them once they get to university. It helps with critical thinking and learning independently. It introduces the idea of university research, and also it provides evidence of prior learning and enhancing for UCAS. We've had conversations over coffee this morning about how important it is for students to appear different, whether it's coming to university or after university. They've got to have extra. They need that, and it's a good way to start. So how do they work? They're 2 weeks, all the courses are 2 weeks. They require 2 to 3 hours of flexible study each week. slightly different models for different courses, but quite a lot of practical, interactive, creating something, doing a little bit of research, bringing it back, putting it on a pinboard or something along those lines. So activities that they can do. Clearly they can be accessed school, college, at home, safe learning environment, and the fantastic FutureLearn platform, which makes it so easy to navigate. So it's a great introduction to online learning. Teachers can also use them for enrichment and discussion activities. They can be used on an interactive whiteboard in a group. They don't have to be used independently. And for most of the courses, we either permanently or have from time to time used the FutureLearn recruitment tool to enable students to express interest about finding more. So it's a great way for us to gather those details and hopefully provide students with more information. This is the Exploring Cancer Medicine one. Very simple. They're all the same. They start with a welcome, 3 activities in each week, summary at the end of week 1, something about the university and preparing for next week to get to hook them through into the second week. And then we got an assess your understanding, a multiple choice test at the end. So all of them are exactly that same format. Gives consistency, and so if a student's done one, they can quite easily do another one and know what to expect. This will be familiar to those of you who have been developing, but this is the way that we use these. Welcome, activity 1, activity 2, it's just our branding, but you can see small chunks, not a lot of information, including videos, discussions, quizzes, etc. So very simple and hopefully a good introduction. So what am I proposing? We've had these courses now since 2015. They were first of all in a collection. I think it was the Going to University collection, which is still there. If you can find it, it's somewhere there. It's hard to find. At the moment, these courses are groups. They're all over the place. It's very hard for teachers to say, okay, go look there. There's all these courses. I know they're all similar. They're right length. You can work with these. It's difficult. It's difficult to find them. And we've had lots of conversations with FutureLearn about how can we make these accessible? You know, can we set up some kind of subgroup within our partner page? That's not possible. Can we promote them in some way? Well, you could, but you know, it's not really fair. And I get that. You know, why should FutureLearn do something just for Leeds? It needs to be something which is much more partner-wide. So we're not getting them out there. We just cannot get them to the people. You know, I went to Bet with FutureLearn, and people are saying to me, really, you've got that? They're free. What's the catch? There's got to be something wrong. They don't know about them, and it's such a shame because it is a win-win situation. So I was trying to think about how could we get them out there. And this is what I think we should do. I think we should extend this portfolio. If people are keen, if people want to do the same kind of thing, why don't we just have a huge portfolio of these short 2-week courses, hundreds of them if need be. They can be categorized, but all in one place, all very much of a similar format. Work to the same 2-week format, I suggest. Have a consistency of approach. We've got our branding. We're happy to change it. We're happy to get rid of our branding inside the course, on the sign-up page, whatever else. Have a FutureLearn transition to university or widening participation, or whatever we're going to call it, brand. We'll change all our branding. We would need to ask FutureLearn to provide a place somewhere for these courses so they're easily accessible for teachers and students, so somewhere they can be signposted to. We would then ask FutureLearn to market these resources to teachers and home educators worldwide. And it would be a great place, a great portfolio if we've got things like the British Council or similar campaigns, because it could just be, to be eligible, you choose courses from this huge portfolio. We know they're all aimed at exactly the market that we're going for. So that's what I'm suggesting, but clearly it's got to be something that everyone wants, and I don't know if there is an appetite for it. I've spoken to various individual colleagues at various partner meetings, and I feel there is. You may say differently, you may say it's not something you're interested in, but equally it's got to have value for FutureLearn as well. We've already said one of the values is nurturing this group of preparers to move on to be advancers, so there's those revenue opportunities later on down the line. There is a recruitment tool. It works, the recruitment tool. I think it may come out of discussion, maybe things that we could improve on to make that more viable and make that something which is revenue generating. If there's an area like a hub or something like that, there might be potential for including teacher training in there as well as student training. You know, I see it very much as a teacher hub rather than a student hub, because I think realistically students just don't drop by and find these courses, unfortunately. So my questions. What I'd like to do is to take 10 minutes to discuss on tables, and then to come back and see what everybody thinks. But on your tables, I'd like you to think about what are the benefits of this approach for partners? What's in it for you? Is there anything in it for you? Because if you say not, then we can forget it. If you think there is, then how can we collaborate? How can we make this happen? What would you want from us to help you with that? You know, are there templates? Is there anything that we could help with? Because we're happy to do so. And then also, if we think it's a goer, how can we make sure that FutureLearn think it's a goer as well, and give us that support and give us that place to put this, and will actively market it for us. So I think that's taken it to, about 5 past. So if we can talk about that for till about 15, so for 10 minutes, and then regroup around about 15 and just have 10 minutes to go around the tables and just see what everybody thinks about it. Thank you.
so
Yes.
other people have to speak into that.
Yes.
Yep.
Am I ready to start?
Yeah, you can do. Do you want to get one at all?
I'm going to hold it.
Oh, right, okay, so doing that then.
Yes.
And that's fine. Yeah, just whenever you like. Wait for the
Shall I start then?
Yep, you're good to go. Yeah.
Is it filming? Yeah. This is so embarrassing, everyone out there. Okay. I know, I can see you're all really, really full of conversation, and hopefully it's still about this and not other things. But just so that we've got 10 minutes so we can quickly go around the tables just to see what thoughts people have got. I'm going to start at the back because everyone always starts at the front, and then the back tables always get the short straw. Is there one person who's going to speak that I can hand this to? No one wants to speak?
Go on. Okay. Do I press something?
Just talk.
Okay.
Just look at you.
So I think there's a mixed view on the table, but I think there was some scepticism about what the benefits are to partners. We had a lot of discussion about targeting and the inability to really target the right students, or to tell that you've got the right that you've got widening participation students, and therefore, and if you can't say that the benefit to partners is widening participation in the governmentally approved way rather than a very broad sense that you've been describing, then you need some other benefit to partners, because there's got to be a reason for us doing it, and we weren't quite clear what that might be. I think would be my summary, but others may disagree. If anyone wants to.
Hello. So yes, just to underpin what Alice was saying, we were sort of exploring sort of what it actually serves the partners. We did talk about targeting. We also talked about the use of Learning Manager, because there was also some discussion of how much data you get out of the performance of the courses and the learning outcomes. We also discussed the idea of, if you have a specific group that you want to target, how do you go about doing that? FutureLearn is obviously an open platform. It will always remain so if the courses are going to be public facing. So we talked about collaboration, affiliation with networks that already have that targeted group in their membership, or they have access to those people, so you can invite and open Learning Manager. So we were sort of talking around it, but there was some feeling at the table that there's more to explore in terms of how a partner would be persuaded to interact with it.
Of course. Absolutely, they're all great points, and it's starting the debate, which is a good thing. Is there anyone on this table who's got anything to add to that?
All right, I'll just run through some of the notes that I was taking. So there were a lot of positive comments about the structure. Having a template and a shared structure could be really helpful for partners for something like this. On the other side of the coin, some discussion about branding, not being certain that having low or no branding would really suit the needs of partners and of potentially learners who might want to know more about studying at a specific university. So could there be more branding? Could there be, filters for learners looking for specific universities? And the benefits of pooling effort was another positive idea that came through. So if something like this were to be launched, certainly there are benefits to making sure that there aren't 6 courses on linear algebra, but the partnership could plan together to have a suite of courses that really would suit the needs of the learners. I think that's about it. Yeah.
Yeah, some fantastic ideas there. Thanks.
Brought the course to me, didn't it? As the only person not from the University of Leeds, I go through this. So just to pick up on the point, I too thought that, and thinking about the why would the University of Bristol invest in developing courses like this? I think we're thinking about the commercialisation for FutureLearn. You want to turn those students into upgraders. What we would want to is to make sure those students, we're thinking about recruitment and not necessarily absolute numbers, but type of students. So increasing either diversity or quality or whatever, or some problem areas in terms of recruitment, for which actually branding would be really important for us. So absolutely some consistency, but not uniformity, so that teachers could recommend and know what they were expecting with quite a low level of research, if you like. But definitely for us, a University of Bristol theme running through that. So I saw some real positives there. I think, and the challenge for me in engaging with schools is often about getting the message out there. So a place that teachers could go to find these resources would be good, but there needs to be a critical volume there, which is, I think, where the collaborative part comes into it.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Okay, our front table here. Steve, I'm guessing.
Doesn't have to be me.
I took some notes. So I can do it. Thank you.
I'm shocked. Anyway, my name's Sarah now.
Okay, so yeah, there's feeling on the table that the 2-week chunks was a nice format, kind of easily digestible. And so the question that came up for us was, would this approach work for an institution that was a bit more focused on postgrad cohorts rather than undergraduates? And then actually said, well, you could adapt these courses for the needs of those particular learners. Discoverability, as you said, Carol, really important point. So there were definitely questions. We didn't really come up with an answer to that, questions around that, how that might work. We also thought these sorts of courses could involve things like practical skills, managing the social side of university, coping with an environment that isn't necessarily as nurturing as the school environment, perhaps. And somebody also came up with the idea of getting people involved in these courses that have been through that same introduction into university themselves, which is a nice idea. So when it came to branding, we asked the question, how institution-specific would courses like this need to be, and then how would we manage that against the idea of kind of having a FutureLearn brand? So another question. We also said, could you create a course on something like, for example, information security for the incoming students, and then license it out to other institutions, or indeed to FutureLearn, so as part of that FutureLearn-wide brand that you were talking about it, and kind of almost have that like outsourcing, so the contributing institution would produce it and then hand it over to FutureLearn to manage. And then lastly, in terms of the business model and business benefit, we were talking about the idea of a consortia of contributing institutions. And then there is a question about what could the revenue model be for that, especially since lots of the learners on these types of courses might not want to necessarily upgrade and buy a certificate, so there'd have to be another stream of income there.
Thank you.
Yeah, so the line of thought that Lucy ended there was actually sort of what we got us on as well. So how do we turn this into paying customers, so to speak? It's sort of the preparers, we don't expect them to pay for the course that they do, but so the way in, probably what we thought was, all right, get the teachers on board. They're probably first time they just want to use the materials for free and then use it in their classes, and then not, but it's getting them on board to go to their institutions and then use Learning Manager either on class-based or institution-based to get that kind of growth and get the money in that way. And that's probably a new approach to getting these young people, well, accustomed to the platform. That was a line of thought, because we don't expect the preparers to start paying for it. Other than that, we like the place to get these courses and get some kind of recognizable course sizes and course setups. I think that is beneficial. A question from a non-English speaking country is, of course, all right, we have all these great English language courses, but my 17-year-olds that preparing for university will tend to prepare in their own language, and I assume that's going to be something across the world that a lot of people will not be able to use this, but that's maybe not different from now, because our courses are in English anyway, so but it's just a thought that came up for us as a non-English university. So well, that was something. But other than that, we think it's a good idea.
And last but not least, anyone on this table want to? A marketing was. Oh, right.
Yeah, I think to be honest, most of what we talked about has already been covered. I think one of the key, the curse of being last.
Yeah.
I think the one thing that personally I was thinking about was this idea about if we create courses like this, we would probably want it to be distinctive and soft sell the institution. So the idea of a collaboration kind of works against that, because the question would be asked institutionally, what's the return on investment of this for us? Which is a shame, but I think it's a very generous offer to potentially give away the resources that you've created for the greater good. So I think there's a lot of interest in that notion of it's just how we possibly sell that when resources are a little bit scarce. Oh, and one question I did have, how are you currently marketing it? Is it to schools directly?
Yes, we have an education engagement team. We have somebody here from our education engagement team, and also from marketing. As I said, I've been down to Bet with FutureLearn, and just really trying to get the word out there through conferences any way we can. And I think that's really, I think this is all about widening participation, and maybe we've all strayed a little bit away to monetisation, but I think the two things can go hand in hand. I don't think they necessarily need to be different things. And I think it is very much a case of making sure that if we've got a critical mass and everybody's involved, we're going to get out there to more teachers. And if everyone can have courses in that portfolio, everybody is represented. But I think what we've shown today, there's a lot of things to think about, and I will certainly be very interested to play this back and maybe make some notes and maybe talk more with FutureLearn and see if there's something that we can get out of this. But I'm really, really keen that we do collaborate more, because I think there is something in it for all of us, and more importantly, something in it for our students as well. So thank you all for your responses.
Thanks, Carol. So next, Nikki and Anastasia from University of Reading are going to be speaking. Before they get up to the podium, I'll change their slides. Something I forgot to mention. There is a participant list on every table, so if you're interested to know who's here and you want to sort of meet anybody specifically in the breaks, just have a look at that. And also, when we're going around the tables, it would be good to hear sort of like as many voices as possible. So please don't just sort of always kind of pick on the same people to speak. And also, just I think for everybody's benefit, it would also be, I think, useful if you could just introduce yourself and say who you are and which institution you're representing as well. That would be useful as well. Thanks.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Nikki McGare. I'm the General Manager of the Online Courses team at the University of Reading. I've probably been working at Reading a similar amount on this project as Carol has at Leeds. And this is Stacia, who's also been working on our project for a similar amount of time. She's our Senior Digital Learning Producer in the Online Courses team. We're very busy, very small but very busy team with things in lots of different pies. So this morning I'm going to talk to you about a project that we're very excited about at the University of Reading, and we're probably coming in at a sort of slightly at the sort of next step to the kind of audience that Carol's talking about. So this course is aimed specifically at all of our Part 1 intake, so all of the students who are going to come up to university to start studying from a wide variety of backgrounds. So in this session, we're just going to talk about how we're looking at this from a widening participation perspective. The course originated from the idea from our study advice team, who were thinking about how they could better support students from a widening participation background on campus. So we're looking at using a FutureLearn course here to support our students internally in the university. You know, how can we use FutureLearn to help us do that? And the reason that we've opted for FutureLearn is that our students don't get their university email addresses and passes until they physically come onto campus. So what we wanted to try and do with this course is address this by setting up a resource that they could use before they came. And we'll explain why in our approach as we go through. Stacey's going to talk to you a little bit about the course itself and what we did to try and address the needs that we felt were there. We'll look at the measures of success from the first run of the course, which we completed last year. And when we were thinking about this presentation, we were just about to start the second run, but I can give you some early stats and data from that as well, which is very exciting. So, and then we've got some questions that we just wanted to raise with you all, which would be interesting to get your feedback on. So, issues with transitions for widening participation students. So this our study advice team. We're sort of thinking about these students, thinking about the kinds of issues that they faced. So we've kind of summarised them up here. So there are lots of issues about lack of social and cultural capital, moving away from champions, supporting networks at schools, the kind of whole thing of fitting in and not belonging. There's lots of different entry routes for students coming into university. A lot of our widening participation students come from a range of different backgrounds. Some of our students have different commitments and responsibilities. They might be a carer for somebody who's ill. There are also lots of strengths for our widening participation students. So, you know, they've experienced academic success already. They've got an offer to come to university, very good university. They've often had to learn independently and managed to sort of get to grips with that. They're very motivated and organised on strong management. So it's kind of looking at a cohort, but there are lots of a range of things that we're thinking about there. But obviously, when you look at that range of issues, that doesn't apply to widening participation students, that applies to every student coming up to university. So our way of approaching this was to say, not oh, there's a specific group of people that we want to help here. It was actually saying, how can we address everybody coming into our first year and address widening participation within that, but by addressing the whole cohort. So the approach. So we were thinking about that, and you know what we were trying to do with this course is there is an issue for students coming up to university. Things are going to change, whether they've done A levels, a BTEC, whether whatever background they've come from, if they've come from a different country. You know, what are the expectations? What are we expected to do? How are we expected to study? What are our tutors going to expect? There's a lot of kind of worry about that, and it's quite a change for students to come into university and get to grips with that. And what we really wanted to do at Reading was kind of use this as an opportunity to give everybody the sense that everybody was in the same boat. They were all coming in together. We wanted everybody to feel part of the academic community at Reading. That's very important for us. And that's a message that we really kind of emphasised throughout the course. So, and we wanted to welcome people in and give them that sense of belonging before they came even, right from the start. So we wanted to do that by demystifying expectations, you know, kind of answering some of their concerns. Welcoming people, as I say, is very important. We wanted to have the course to have a strong student voice, and Stacey will explain a little bit more about that in a minute. So we had, because the course is very generic, it's about study skills in general for our entire cohort. If you think about it, we've got science students, we've got business students, we've got humanities students, a whole range of different students, and we're trying to provide a kind of starting point for everybody to come from. So there are issues in there, you know, that's quite difficult to deal with when you're looking at that audience. You know, a science student might think, it's not for me, it's all about writing essays. So there's lots of things that are sort of kind of interesting to think about when we were developing this course. One of the things that we did was get student mentors, a very strong student mentor team who would welcome our students, but from all of those different kinds of subject areas, so they were represented, so they could bring their voice to it. And of course, you know, showcasing student staff at the university just so that people got excited about coming in the next couple of weeks up to university. So Stacey's going to tell you about the course itself.
Okay, so as Nikki mentioned, it was for Part 1 undergraduates coming onto the Reading campus in our first run of the course. We hosted it on the FutureLearn platform, and we used the Learning Manager tool to invite them via our communications out to our students. It was a course that was made up of 3 weeks, but we actually, in the course, just this one, we used sessions because we tried to present it as an ongoing resource for students to come back to throughout their first year. So we actually used the terminology sessions. And it was full of videos, activities, quizzes and discussion boards. And each session focused on a key area of transition. Academic integrity, the second session was about communication, and the third was about independent learning. We tried to position it not just as a kind of typical study skills course, it was kind of showing why those study skills were important through those key areas. Yeah, and the idea was that the transformation kind of in confidence and also gave an awareness of services and a sense of belonging. So quite a similar slide to the one before in the layout. So we have kind of our course on the FutureLearn platform, and this is just an example. We had some animations there. Our typography students kind of created animations for the course. We had kind of student vox pops, which I'll just go into in a minute, giving first impressions. So that's just a quick sample of some of these things. Thank you. Oh no. Okay, that slide's not worked. The idea of this slide was, rather than just Natasha, there was a range of students. Basically, the academic community, we tried, when we held focus groups before we, slightly throwing me off, we held focus groups before we created the content, and one of, well, what came out of the focus groups was that students wanted to hear from their peers. They didn't just want to be talked at by tutors. So we really tried to get that strong student presence, and we did that via student vox pops, just telling people about their experience of the course. And we spent we invested a lot of time in those student vox pops to make sure that those students were really confident and kind of laid back, so they worked really well. We also had students giving tours in our videos. So we did a student did a tour of the library, seminars. We did a kind of mock seminar, and students presented that, time management. So we had student presenters as well. We had kind of quotes with students in, but we also had the kind of tutor tutorials. So we had our academics giving lessons in academic integrity, critical thinking, writing essay, and they were kind of presented. And we also had the Vice Chancellor, and the idea was that it was creating a sense of academic community. Everyone is part of the community at Reading, this shared sense of belonging, which was our key aim for the course. We also had, as Nikki mentioned, a big team of student mentors, which were really important to us. We gave them a lot of training, and they kind of brought a lot of skills. And basically, most of the comments were a lot of the comments were people were anxious but excited about coming to Reading. And so these mentors were giving their own experiences of how they felt when they arrived at Reading, what they liked about Reading. I pulled out just bits of this comment. So the first one is a participant, and the second one is one of our mentors. And I just love this one at the end that says, "It is your university experience," just trying to give that reassurance, which is nice. And it wasn't just kind of the student mentors kind of reacting to our participants. It was also, the first comment is from a participant. We asked about tips on giving presentations, and the student mentor was like, "That's a great tip, I'm going to remember that next time." So again, it was creating a sense of everyone has a stake in this academic community.
Oh, the video's in there, do you think?
No.
Okay, so this did have a video. I'll just talk about it. So we had the course, we had the ideas for the course, we had student focus groups. We were very excited about it. Study advice was great. We had lots of people getting involved in producing the content. But at the same time, we had to get everybody to buy into the idea of it. And that took a two-pronged attack. So we had our tutors, first-year tutors. We really wanted to get them to get behind the project and support it. And I don't know what you're like in your universities, but there was a little bit of resistance to the idea at first. I think, and rightly so, because everybody's very stretched with time, and there was a concern from tutors that this was going to be something they would have to do something about, and it was technical, so, you know, two bad things. So And of course we had the additional challenge that we couldn't give them the finished course to look at and explain what it was about, because we were building it, you know, right up to the last minute as ever, you know, trying to make it the best we could. So we had to think about ways of getting our staff involved in and get their buy-in. So we had quite a long lead time into that, where we created a LibGuide with samples of the kinds of materials that they could go to. We had tea time sessions, which literally were tea time, where the study advice team baked an enormous amount of cakes, which were very popular. But it was great. We got people in, they asked questions, and they were very, in Scotland we say stick bubbly, my husband's Scottish, they're very stick bubbly about it, and you know, oh, well, you know, why are you doing this course before they come? They're not going to have time, they'll be travelling, they'll be working, you know, oh, they do, this is, and what do we have to do about it? And, you know, good questions. And, you know, what we were explaining is we're giving people the opportunity to get involved. If they're nervous, they can have a look before they come. With the course, we ran for an extended period up until November, so they could come in, sign up at any point that they would find it useful to get involved with. And the idea with the course, we decided to make it optional. It wasn't compulsory. If it was compulsory, that came with a whole bag of attachments, because if something's compulsory and someone doesn't finish it, there's got to be repercussions, right? And someone's got to deal with the repercussions. So we made it optional. So we wanted to make it something that we really wanted students that was going to be useful and of value to them. And for the staff, we wanted to give them something that was a helpful resource. We wanted to sort of, you know, here we are talking about plagiarism, references, you know, why it's important, you know, why academic integrity is important. So we covered some of that kind of basic course stuff and got people thinking and talking about it, so the tutors could focus on other things. All the students had to do for this was, once they completed the course, was take a certificate, a printed out certificate from the course in to their tutors and perhaps discuss it. That was the minimal. It was like kind of minimal requirement for them. So I think staff kind of liked that idea, and we created a staff-specific trailer for this course, where we really were trying to sort of point out what the benefits were and sort of alleviate some of the worries around it. So that was going to be a trailer, and this was also going to be quite a fun trailer. So a set of trailers. So with the students, we worked very hard with our student engagement team, with the Meetup Reading team. So these are the team of, you know, we'll have universities where it's welcoming the new students in. Set of emails. We started off with a teaser trailer that said nothing, that was just intriguing, we thought, right at the beginning, to get people thinking that there might be something coming along. And once everybody got their results and knew they were coming to Reading, then they had the invite to come in. We had sort of a series of emails from various people explaining why this was going to be a fun thing to do. Once they got onto campus and they were going to be totally distracted, we ran a series of very short, very targeted trailers on our Carrington screen in the middle of campus that was very large and big. And again, it was just kind of reminding students. And then, you know, again, we kept sort of sending, well, didn't bombard them, but we chose specific times to email students again, sort of mid-term, for example. If you haven't enrolled, because, you know, the course enrolment window was shut after the 11th of November, and you can access the course at any time. So so there was a lot of that going on. Oh, we also did a great thing, which was, I wish I could have shown you the trailer. We had these fridge magnets made from the trailers and animation, and they were put onto the fridges of every one of the student halls of residences in all of the rooms. Our student ambassadors ran around and did that, so, you know, we were there. And we did pens, but they ran out a lot. So, measures of success. This is kind of like the top level kind of measures of success, in the sense of, you know, what did we want to get out of this course? Well, we wanted everybody to take the course. So of the cohort that came in, 64% took the first run of our course, signed up for it. There was a lot of engagement and discussion. 94% of students who took the course and went through the course said that their understanding of what was expected of them had improved, so that was good. 85% of students responded to the post-course survey, said they would recommend it to another first-year student. So that was, we were trying to sort of get some kind of gauge of how successful that was. I think one of the really interesting things, certainly from our study advice team's point of view, was the fact that I think the kind of the qualitative feedback where people were saying this is really helpful, people that took it, this is really helpful, I was really nervous, I was really, really anxious. And they were quite surprised at how frank and honest people were about how anxious and nervous they were. So just actually having people say, look, don't worry, I was nervous too, has been a tremendously positive thing, I think. And it's been a useful resource. So just sort of looking forward, we've just run the second run of the course. We looked at the course and we wanted better engagement. We wanted more people to sign up. We wanted it to be better, because you do with each run. And the study advice team, we sort of got together them. They were very they were really ruthless. We really shredded content. We really kind of condensed bits and pieces. We wanted to make it shorter, easier, snappier to follow so people felt that they could do it. So we made quite a few changes, and the results have been really pleasing. Sort of going back, I think we had, what did we say? We had 64% of total eligible students enrolled. We've had 75% this year, which is pretty cool. And just looking at the kind of completion rates, I sort of jotted it down somewhere. I think we had like 51% of our students fully participated in the course last year. That's gone up to 63% this year. So we're pleased that's a big jump.
Still early days.
And it's still early days because like 5 students have come on board since last week, so it will continue. So we're encouraged that those changes have been effective. I think the other benefits for us is that we're thinking, you know, if this is working, we should be looking for other opportunities within the university to see what else we can be doing. We've got lots more, you know, I think the tutors have really got behind it this year. They've seen the benefit. We're getting people coming with us with kind of like Study Smart Plus courses, ideas. Obviously, we've got from our satellite campuses, it's very interesting to them because it's online and it's a really nice resource. And sort of longer term, our study advice team and widening participation teams are going to be looking at the data. They're going to be looking at the specific widening participation markers within the data over a longer period to see if we can track any kind of markers of success in terms of attainment and retention. So how we're going to do that is going to be quite tricky. I would say that one of the challenges with analysing the data that we've had is that because the students didn't have their University of Reading address, we had to invite them to take part in an optional survey at the beginning. They signed up with their home email addresses because it's before they came onto campus. They had to put their student number in, so the accuracy, and obviously not everybody completed that, is kind of a challenge. So it's difficult to get the full data, so we're sort of working on what we can be doing to improve that too. So that's just something that's Study Smart, hopefully in a nutshell. And then we had some questions that we would be just interested to sort of hear your thoughts about. You know, for us, we're sort of always trying to think, what else we can be doing with an optional course? How can we make that more interesting? So if people are doing fantastic things, we're just keen to hear about those. We're just also keen to hear if you're trying anything similar at your institutes, how you would approach evaluation, if there's any other ideas or thoughts you have about that, and just sort of topics in general, you know, thinking about how we can use these kinds of courses to support our students on campus, so in addition and over and above, you know, the sort of traditional face-to-face and blended learning things that we're doing already. So, yes, discuss on your tables, and we'd just love to hear if you know, your thoughts on those things.
But anyway, yeah, one question that I had was, and I think we were talking about it on the table, is you've got quite a unique situation, something that we do really want in a lot of courses. In fact, you got the cohort that did it on site in front of you. How much do you utilise them when developing the next run?
We did for the second run, so we did have some focus groups, I think, with those, didn't we? And I think the study advice team have spent time talking to students. In fact, one of the things that we did, which we didn't show, was we created a trailer with somebody who'd completed the course last year as part of the promotion to the next set of students. So we have been talking to them and gathering their feedback as well. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Cool. Because it's really an advantage that you've got there.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And they can't go anywhere. So,
Yeah.
well, hopefully not. Because you're giving them a great course, right? So.
And we were talking on the table about whether we do something similar, and I think the feeling was that there isn't anything like this, and it's more led by departments. You know, there will be, when students get a network account, maybe in September, they'll get access to the library and they'll get access to things, but they won't get this kind of course. And I think one of the challenges around this is that different departments, because of their CDDA process or whatever, will have their own pathways. And how did you have a challenge around getting what departments want to do in terms of their engagement and their transition into this?
The study advice team, sort of worked with those departments, talked to them, and you're not going to do everything that's going to meet everybody's needs, but it was just, the consensus was that we can do something at that kind of initial level, and it's talking about things in quite general terms, so that it's a kind of precursor before they then move on to doing the more departmental specific things. And it isn't perfect, as I mentioned before, because you have got lots of different subject areas, and it's what we do next, and you know, should we then be thinking of doing, you know, a pharmacy specific course as a follow-on to this that would address things more specifically once they get onto campus. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think it does. It was just something that we were
But it is, yeah, and I think it is that buy-in for people saying, well, you know, we do our own things, we've got our own approach, we're not sure about this, but this is coming from the studies skills department within the university, who support all of the students around the university, and we had the subject specialists within study skills who were involved. And what we were trying to do was create something that was useful and generic enough so that it covered lots of the key ideas and concepts. What we were trying to do is, so the first week of the course we went straight into what does academic integrity mean, and a lot of academics said, whoa, that's very, you know, that's a tough one for the first week. But we took the approach that, study advice took the approach that, you know, we didn't want students to think we were just going to be telling them the same old stuff again. You know, okay, so we're just going to go straight into talk about how to write it. You know, we wanted to get them to think about what it really meant to come to university and what it means to be part of that academic community and why academic integrity is so important. And I think it was the second most popular step in terms of comments, because we asked the students to give their views about what they thought academic integrity meant. And we got really thoughtful, really interesting comments back from that, because they were interested, and it was to show that there was that difference. So what we're trying to get across is that this course is really about this sense of you becoming part of that community and you working and developing skills that are important, and why those skills are important, not just you've got to reference properly. You know, if you don't reference properly, then, you know, it's why do you need to reference properly? Why do you need to respect someone else's work? Why, you know, it's getting them to think about it, and that's why the FutureLearn course was so lovely, the platform, because it's all about discussions and thinking, and it's kind of demystifying things a little bit. So so I think that's why it works. It's not saying, you know, we're going to come in and we're going to do a perfect introductory course that's going to suit the chemistry students. It's more just, you know, what does it mean to study at university? And that is I think from what our students said, I think that's been really helpful for the ones that have taken it. It just sort of just gives them a bit more confidence and helps them to understand why it's important to learn how to reference properly and to, you know, to acknowledge one another's work and things.
It's inclusive, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. It's inclusive. And everybody, what we want to try and impress is that everybody's opinion counts. Everybody is an important part of that community. So you come in the first year, the Vice-Chancellor was like, he's part of the academic community, but he was saying, you are now part of our academic community. It's not like you know, you're the first year students coming in. It's like you are now coming in to contribute to a body of knowledge, to become part of our community, to work in the way that we work, and we really value you. And I think that's a really nice message to send to students.
Finally, I think the last thing we were talking about was whether there were any plans moving forward to extend this to distance learning cohorts, distance learning programs, and also staff, in terms of transitioning new staff into departments and understanding what the CDDI is, or what your processes are at your institution.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing that we're sort of starting to think about, and it's really interesting to see what everybody else thinks. We all have the same issues, and we're facing the same. Our students are all facing the same thing, so it's just, yeah, that's it. What do we do next? And I think staff and students, equally important to be thinking about this. Okay, Steve. Hello.
Staff Digital Education Systems Manager at the University of Leeds. We were having quite a big discussion about the systems and platforms to support this. So in terms of question one, we were thinking about there being a need for easy integration between universities' VLEs and FutureLearn. So some students will go off and do the courses on FutureLearn outside of the VLE, and then they have to bring a certificate to show completions. So that leads then to admin costs in terms of dealing with inquiries and registrations. So systems integration would potentially reduce that. In terms of the second question, we do have a similar approach at Leeds, but students are encouraged to go on to our Minerva VLE to complete similar courses, because that's where their learning journey starts.
Right.
I think you had a question as well, didn't you? You wanted to...
Yeah, so David Smith from the University of Bristol. There was something that I was going to add that doesn't quite come from your discussion points, but I'm going to shamelessly bring it in now.
Excellent.
And it's really also, but it was something that you said that was really interesting, that I think is a limitation of the platform. So as students who are about to enrol, they like to see the study skills resources in the context of the discipline that they're going to be engaging with. So you highlighted that you might want to take a different approach for arts and for science students, for example.
I mean, there may be a potential to offer something that's more tailored towards those students, yeah.
But by doing that, by having separate courses, for example, you lose the whole cohort learning community effect, which I quite liked.
Yeah, no, I really like that. So I guess I'm thinking of the kind of study start, it's like the next tier. So maybe it's, what you do next.
But what I would really like as a way around that is a possibility of alternatives steps within the platform. So here is a theme that you want. I'm sorry, did say I was going to get it in shamelessly. Because what I would really like is you have a particular concept that you want to explore, and being able for learners on the platform to explore it in one way if you're a science student, or in another way if you're an arts student, before you come back. And I think about it as a bifurcating step, and then I was thinking if it goes 3 ways, is that a trifurcating step? And I didn't know whether that was a word or not.
Okay. One of the interesting things, just briefly, that the more that we've... So as most of you know, there's quite a few universities who are now teaching full degrees on FutureLearn, which inevitably means smaller cohorts, and some of these challenges arise. And one of the interesting pieces of work that the team who've been working on degrees is looking about, what's the next phase of kind of small group, I'll say small group discussions, but that sort of small group stuff. And actually one of the things they've been looking at is it's not necessarily kind of adaptive learning, which is what you're saying. It's not necessarily branching, but the way of kind of saying, okay, well, this is a specific group of students who've got a specific goal, and let them discuss something, differently in a smaller group to this group over here. And they have done a prototype and started building that. And I think actually that type of functionality could address some of those things.
I think that's undoubtedly a good start, but there's still... No, I'm sorry. And I can see how we could adapt that to work. But as I say, the idea of having, and I'm not necessarily, branching suggests it never comes back together. What I'm interested in is an alternative in a step. So not a complete free-for-all and branching. I can see that as being unmanageable. and not good pedagogic design, but I'm thinking about, as I say, do either this or this. Sorry.
Hi, I'm Aidan Johnson from the University of Strathclyde. This is great. We've been doing this, we started this 2016 before Learning Manager because we wanted to do a joint one with the University of Glasgow about welcoming students to the city of Glasgow and going for a more kind of wide approach of settling into the city and whatnot. But we now, through GDPR, we run it in our VLE. We might have to go to FutureLearn and Learning Manager next year because it's getting harder to get student information out of our systems. So I think what you've done is brilliant. The only advice I'd give you is we do incorporate study skills, but we also incorporate the thing that students fed back in the pre and post course questionnaires. What was the biggest concern was fitting in and finding friends, and it wasn't so much on the study skills. And they said that it was confidence as well, and they felt really terrified about suddenly going from 6 years of school or college where they felt confident. And there is this thing with universities that we think students are confident when they start, and they fed back the surveys I'm going to show later in my presentation. They're absolutely terrified because they're either in with their friends and they're starting afresh as an engineer or a doctor or whatever. And so we've tried to incorporate, in the past 3 years we've run this, to incorporate more about the social skills, getting support, accommodation, finance. We do a Google Maps kind of treasure hunt around the campus. So before they even come to campus, they use Google Maps to find where the student union is, how many cash machines are there, so we tie it into forums and questions. And at the end they get a nice certificate, just like you've done as well. And they all do download it because we look at the Moodle stats to see. And that was something, we designed this on the back of designing FutureLearn MOOCs because the QA enhancement team in Scotland, not in England, the focus was on transitions for 3 years, transitions into, through and out of university. So we were just really lucky we hit this at the right time. But the funding's gone, but we're now still running this because the feedback, like I'm sure you've had, is how can we improve this? And we're now at the point where, like you said, we now get more people saying, can you do an international version? Can you do a version for mature students? So we're now at the point where we need to really look at this and see where we can go. But yeah, the students appreciate the kind of settling inside, socialisation, and we've built in activities to try and foster that approach on top of the study skills. It's hard though to find an all-encompassing course without it being 8 weeks long.
Which they're never going to do. Not in one go. Thank you, that was really interesting. Yeah.
Said that we should pass this around as quickly as possible, so I'm going to take it to somebody else, but I just wanted to say just a couple of things. I wanted to reiterate the previous statement that I completely agree that I don't think we should get too entrenched in specific study skills for specific departments. I completely appreciate that point, but I think the majority of the measures of success that you gave talked about how it helped to build confidence, how it helped to build communication. I love the mentorship. I love that you have existing students getting something from this as well and building their own confidence. I just had two sort of points that I wanted to raise. The first was one of the probably true successes of this course is because it is specific to Reading. So we had quite a lot of discussion around, we all have common goals in widening participation, but arguably a course such as this relies on you building it yourself. So, how do we do that? How do we overcome that? Yeah.
For the very same reason, and we just decided that we could only do this really successfully to make it a personal Reading.
And I completely agree with the decision that you made. Rather, what I'm sort of chewing on is if each of the partners sort of took from your example, then there's an investment there that they have to commit to, and I'm sure we would all prefer there to be a more generic approach, a cookie cutter approach. So no, I just thought I'd sort of phrase that.
Sorry, that's...
But the other thing I wanted to say is I think that there's a lot of flexibility and evolution in this model that we haven't necessarily discussed as much. The fact that it gives a doorway to the campus for students that never come to campus, so distance students. The fact that it allows to fulfill some mandates in mental health awareness and well-being, the fact that so many students find that first day on campus so overwhelming for any number of reasons, and making a friend online first makes it far more likely they're going to turn up in the first week. So I think, you know, this could go so many different ways, and speaking from my point of view in developing partnerships and trying to find new ones, I talk about this course quite a bit, so
great.
Thanks very much.
Already been covered. Excuse me, I'm a bit throaty. But I just wondered if you see any mileage in taking this model and developing it into, we talked a little bit about retention here, and developing a course that picks up from the end of the first year into the second year, for example. And then, so in other words, using this model and following the student's journey all the way through, because then you get some really interesting data from the students that had taken that course before they arrived to then following to see whether it actually had any impact on keeping them there once they arrive on campus.
No, that's a really good suggestion. I don't know that we have. I think we're sort of thinking about things, but that's a really good point. Yeah, because then we can track more accurately.
Hi, so I'm Nuala Davis. I'm from Newcastle University. So first of all, I think we all wanted to applaud you on your statistics for just getting your students involved. So I think that's amazing for year one and particularly for year two. And the trajectory is clearly onward, isn't it? So just and also we're interested in doing this for this, I think, for this coming academic year. But we're in the early part of doing that. So thanks for the tips. So we've got peer mentors at the university, so I could see them as a recommender, a driver to the course. If you've got a university app, you could probably link. You could probably link to that. I also wondered if there was any crossover with, say, this course, and if you did had an on-campus summer school, perhaps for widening participation at an earlier stage, whether you might want to run a version of that, or actually even bring the two cohorts together. That would be interesting. And also I love the fact that you ruthlessly shredded the content. You said shredded some content, trimmed it.
That's hard to do when you've kind of spent so long creating it as well. I think that's always a challenge when it comes to the second run. Yeah.
You pull your legs off your baby, don't you?
So how much is too much, I think, was one of my questions.
I think we just it's the study advice team really went to town on it, and they just looked through everything and pared back anything that they thought was just too much, and they looked at the kind of, it was on a step-by-step basis. It was, you know, where is the drop-off, where are people less engaged, is anybody having a problem? I don't know if everybody finds this, but when we're working with academic teams, it's always trying to emphasise that less is more sometimes with these courses, and there's a temptation to be thorough because, you know, thorough. But thorough doesn't necessarily mean engaging for students, and this team is brilliant because they just said, right, that's it, you know, we're going to pare this back, we're going to address it, and I think that's an extraordinarily, you know, good set of results. I think it's become more embedded in the university, and that's helpful. You know, the tutors are behind it, which is great. But I still think the fact that they're completing more students shows that trimming rather than shredding ruthlessly. But yeah, I think that was good. So I don't know if it's too much. I mean, you want the course to hang, you know, to still to hold together properly and cover everything. So I think it sounds like they've done a good sort of degree of trimming there.
My question was, do you promote this within your sort of pre-app and applicant cycle, so that for individuals that are obviously making choices, and have you found that it's helped that conversion so that people are aware that this is going to be in the trail?
This year we didn't last year because we didn't have the information together. It kind of came a bit later in the year, but yes, we will use it as part of the story, and we're using it at open days as well as part of the stories.
Because we talked, there seems to be such a disconnect of information from when somebody sort of applies and then they get their results, and we do lots of things like welcome packs, etc. But I think this would
almost distinguish you within the marketplace to allow somebody to understand a little bit more about what's going to be coming?
Where we started to do a bit of promotion, I wish I could have shown the trailers, where we had this kind of enigmatic teaser trailer that went out to people who were still thinking about whether they wanted to come to us. That was sort of, saying that there were things coming down. So we were thinking about it, but yeah. But no, thank you.
Kate from Southampton. I've been told I'm going to be really, really quick now, being at the end. Congratulations on a brilliant course. I mean, I think on the table here we discussed the community aspect, and we thought that was really fabulous, the idea that students, as soon as they knew they were coming to Reading, they became part of the community before they actually came on campus, and we thought that was wonderful, the discussion. At Southampton, we've had a similar course for international students for some time now, not through FutureLearn, and that's not tutored. It's a space where it's open for 4 months, and all our international students get an email about it, and we link up to our international office as well to promote it, and they come on and do some activities around kind of transition. But the thing about that is we have a social wall, right. And they all come on and post, things like, I'm so-and-so from somewhere, and the great thing about that has been they find friends before they come in. And often you'll see them saying, what plane, when you're landing at Heathrow, can we meet, what day are you arriving, where are you staying? And we found certainly in our feedback of very positive, but also this social aspect particularly, the fact that they think that they're coming and they've made friends before they come and they know they're going to meet them, and it's a huge kind of confidence builder.
Yeah, no, that's really nice. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Nikki and Stacia. And just one other quick thing that I just noticed. Always Reading are really good. I don't know if you noticed that Nikki said that their typography students had worked on that element in there. And Reading are always really great at using their students to help with the production of the courses. But, and they learn from doing it as well. They're not just exploiting them. Yeah, they are great. They are great. So anyway, thank you very much. So we'll go a little longer and start lunch a bit later, if that's all right, Diane. Well, I don't want to rush you, Chris. And let me find your slide. So next speaker, Chris, as he will explain, taught one of the very, very first FutureLearn courses. One of the first, when I joined FutureLearn in 2014, it was one of the first courses that I became aware of. So really, really pleased to have him here. Let me just get him here.
Okay, thank you very much. As I say, we were one of the early ones. What I want to talk about really is about how FutureLearn took something we were already doing in face-to-face and gave it a massive kick up the... So, and really helped us do something that we just couldn't do otherwise. So, I should say, I'm Chris Stokes. I'm from the University of Sheffield. I teach in the dental school. I'm not a dentist, before you sort of go at me. I do have some pictures of people doing dentistry, so if you're dental phobic, you might want to dive under the table. Right, so I've been involved in widening participation activity in dentistry because it is a very difficult course to get into statistically since about 2005. As a teacher in the dental school in 2005, we were in this sort of web of policy that was around promoting widening participation and access agreements. There was Aim Higher. If you're a BME student, there was Aiming High. I keep wanting to call it Aim Higher. There was Connections for Careers. There was the EMA grants for a short period of time. The university itself at Sheffield had its access agreement like many others. We had compacts agreements, which was obviously links with a lot of local schools. And also in 2005, Sheffield was turning 100. And there was a lot of this image on the right, which was a handbill given out in sort of steel mills and things like that in order to promote buy-in in the city to get a university, because Leeds up the road had got one, and we were a bit worried that we needed one too. There is a statement on it that you won't be able to read, but it says, "The university will bring the highest education within the reach of the child of the working man." And that was one of our founding things. And this is a thing that, yes, in 2005, with 100 years we're looking at, but it's one of the things that really culturally runs through Sheffield. We know about the penny donations that the workers made in order to found us. So I was looking at widening participation in dentistry. I was involved in ad hoc things and things like that. But it seemed to be a time of sort of galvanising this into sort of formal schemes. And in the dental school, I started something called the ADOPT scheme, which was access to dental occupations, practice and tutoring. That's a backronym, not an acronym. We established it in 2006 after a couple of dry runs, but very quickly what it was is a 2-year programme supporting students through further education. Those students were typically first generation to HE, and we were giving them the leg up that if they'd gone to another school that's really good at sending students to medical and dental schools and that, they would have got. So we had about 30 a year, so 60 at any one time, and they came in about monthly doing work experience, hands-on days, UCAS practice, the UCAT test that they have to do in order to apply, all this sort of stuff. And it's been great, and we've been running it ever since. It's a great success. We've had students now who are teachers at the dental school through this scheme. The local press like it because they get to write nice headlines like that. And also quite a lot of interest from sort of the local MP and stuff like that who came in. He made me take that picture to prove a bet, okay, that we let him have a go. So, but it did very well. But it's a scheme that still was quite exclusive. You still had to come into us every month or so. You had to know that you wanted to be a dentist at the beginning of your A-levels, which is not always possible. Some people come to us a little later. You also had to be quite committed to it. You know, it's an established scheme that runs, and we wanted a softer, broader, wider, more flexible approach. And started looking at sort of the stuff that we could do in order to do Adopt bigger and more flexibly. Right, so I was already involved in other sort of digital activities at this time, so iTunes U. I have arguments people frequently on YouTube. That's one of my sort of hobbies about dental stuff. And also I've been writing a website which was to support students making applications to dentistry. It's quite a quirky process. You need to have a certain test under your belt. The interviews are quite specific in their content, and if you don't know about it, you won't do very well. So it was really about helping students understand the process and being armed with that information. Now, in order to get into dentistry, you really need work experience, which is quite a challenge. If you don't know a dentist, you know, in your family or something like that, it's a little bit more difficult. Also, you have to prove sustained engagement with the subject, so we know you're not going to sort of run away screaming on your first day, and all that sort of stuff. And sustained engagement is quite tricky. If you just turn up at the interview and say, I watched some YouTube videos on it, I think I'll like it, it doesn't really stick. And what we wanted was something that would be a little bit more sustained. And we thought, hey, we could repurpose all that digital stuff we've got and make a course. And this was when MOOCs were just beginning to be a thing in about 2012. We were getting, you know, sites of them in Sheffield and talking about them in the coffee room. And it was a plan to be, in the true early sort of MOOC side, a total sort of repurposing of content. We were going to cobble everything together, whack it onto probably a Google site type thing, put some quizzes at the bottom and make a MOOC. And then we came to really a realization that the platform probably should be better. The scale of this could be a bit scary. Of course, all the stuff we're hearing about MOOCs at that time was when people had got it wrong. And we were sort of talking about them a lot. And also the risk. And as you're probably all aware, you know, when you're putting your brand out there in an open way, people in the institution start to get interested. And there weren't really those sort of processes and procedures in the university. And I was working in quality assurance programs in the faculty, so I would have had to tell myself off, sort of thing. So this was a thing. Now, and at this time, Simon Nelson turned up to Sheffield, talked about FutureLearn, and before I knew it, I was at the launch talking to David Willits about this quirky little course we were going to do on dentistry, all right? And everybody looked at us a little oddly. But FutureLearn was a really good fit for us because it offered us so many things over the scheme that we could do. The first, that it gave us a really wide audience, which was really appealing to me. So the curriculum I'd already started working on pre-FutureLearn got sort of thrown out and started again, because rather than talking specifically to aspiring dental students who were doing FE, I needed to talk to everybody. Also, it was an internationalised audience. I had to rip all the NHS stuff out and talk more broadly about the subject. Also, it had to be for anyone. I wanted it to be for interest in the mouth and teeth. My mum is quite a dental phobic, which is obviously when I was training and bringing like false teeth home and stuff like that was quite interesting. They'd just get quickly shoved in a drawer. But I thought if I can write something that gets to that audience, I may get a broader audience on the platform generally. Also, of course, we wanted to show off and do all the other things that you do in this environment. What I was really after, though, is creating a rich environment that would serve the audience I was aiming for, which were sort of UK WP students. Okay, but in order to do that, I wanted to create something that was much bigger. And these were the things that were keeping me awake at night as we were writing this and peddling, right? First of all, MOOCs at that time were quite a post-grad thing. They were quite, people were aiming to get people onto master's programs, things like that. I came to early FutureLearn meetings and my questions were things like, what's the lowest age limit that we can have on the platform? I wanted to know, could I have aspiring students on the platform? Turns out yes, and that was no problem. And also, I had to target them, and there was an issue of targeting, of first explaining what a MOOC was, and then that they want to do the one that we were pushing. So there was a bit of a communications thing as well, that went okay. And then it was the mix of learners, and I was very clear from the start, and as I mentioned, that I didn't want a whole course full of aspiring dentists, because they would be no use to each other at all. That is called the Student Room Dental Forum, okay? If you go on the internet and go in there, it's just people winding each other up and scaring everybody. I needed a much broader mix. And how would we get that and make that work? Big challenge at the time, and still a challenge, and something maybe to talk about later, funding bodies didn't want to know. Because I couldn't guarantee I'd get on this course, it was a real big challenge. As soon as you went to a funding body, and I got to the second round on some of these, and as soon as I couldn't say exactly who I'd have and where they'd be from, and there would be other people in there who may not be WP, it sort of quickly, that was it, you know, bye. So that was a big challenge, but luckily we were at a situation at Sheffield where we were exploring these courses, and this was something as part of our mission that they would support. And then also, finally, how would I know if I got it right? What data could I get? How could I see that we'd actually got to the right audience? And how could I see that we were legitimately helping them and not terrifying them? So luckily, I've got an advantage that at Sheffield, they fill in UCAS forms and they apply to do dentistry, and then we meet them in interviews. So I do kind of get to see some of them, but also at those early stages, we got some metrics based on postcodes and things like that, which are very handy for WP. I'm not going to dwell on the course design process, but it was quite involved. We basically aimed for doing well at interview as our far right learning objective on our design wall. And that was easy for me to talk to all staff. Most staff in our dental school interview, they know what impresses them. So when I went to them and says, I want some stuff for you, what level? Well, what would get your bottom lip out in a dental interview will do fine. So we aimed for that. We had a 6-week course, because at that time, that was a MOOC, and then there were mini MOOCs, and we had to do a MOOC. And but that worked quite well, and it gave us enough breathing room in order to really scaffold in some of the skills. And one of the things that I sort of focused on as we built this up, and what I sort of talked to all the people about, is we want to tell a story, because, you know, it's dentistry, it's a bit freaky, and people sort of worry about that. We want to give a sense of achievement, so we want to keep coming back and proving how much you've learnt, and give them opportunities to do that. But we've got to make it fun. All right, it's got to be slightly aware of the fact that studying a dental course might make you a little bit odd to your mates. And this is part of the WP agenda, is that you don't want to be labelled in such a way that you suddenly lose all your friends. So, you know, and dentistry does do that. So, just as a summary, what we did is we filmed lots of people, about 20 different staff all across the school, talking about what they were doing. There was an idiot, basically, as a host embodying the audience. That was me. And I went round, and we filled it with little facts and figures that might interest people. That was the idea, in order to make it engaging, but we kept it moving. Just to show you, we did sort of a checkup from 18 different angles. This poor chap, we paid him not a lot of money to have 13 checkups in a day. We put a GoPro on a dentist, Adrian, just to sort of show all the different angles. We were showing teamwork, actually. We did it like Sky Sports. What are you doing there? Why did you do that? Oh, that looks exciting, that sort of stuff. We did the how to brush your teeth, and I got a lot by Jill, who's brilliant. I taught tooth morphology. We did some do along at home stuff. It's dentistry. You can't really learn at home. We don't want people doing that. In fact, that was one of the things that terrified me, is somebody might print off their FutureLearn certificate and hang above a door somewhere and go, I'm ready. So we did kitchen science. All right. One of the most popular bits was the behind the scenes stuff. And this is, I'm going to come back to, because a lot of people know about their dentist. They go and see their dentist, but of course the team's much bigger than that, and you don't see them all. And some of the stuff that's proved really popular and the impact of this is actually where we sort of blew the door open and showed some of the skills and roles that people might be interested in more widely than the dentist. So this is dental technology, the subject close to my heart, which is making and prostheses and dentures and things like that. And we showed that in quite a lot of detail, A, because we couldn't get in as much trouble with showing how to do dentistry, but also because it was something you typically can't find so much on YouTube. We did the interactive map thing that everybody was doing at the time. We also did the interactive show us your teeth you made at home, not your real teeth, but ones you've made. This is a tooth morphology thing. And for pathology, we managed to get an interactive, zoomy, sort of Google Earthy pathology slides working so that they were accessible, which is also really popular. And then we launched, we got it ready just in time, it went out. The FutureLearn launch made quite a lot of noise. If you've got a dental course, journalists love a pun, so we did quite well. We did quite well because the WP angle actually gave us a lot of positive currency with the press. We were really trying to help people get onto a course that was traditionally quite difficult. They got that. They also got the idea that dentistry was a bit odd. My career achievement is getting 53 degrees of heat on Hot UK Deals for a free dental course. If you go find that page, the puns underneath are amazing, all right? But it did make a lot of noise, which really helped us get it out there. And we've already talked this morning about how you get this to the right people. And we did benefit from being in that early run and just so much noise being made. So did we get it right? So in the early days, we had a few more maybe sort of demographics pre-GDPR that we don't have now. I do think the comments in the course have been so positive. There's so much going on in there, and I'll give you some anecdotes in a bit. I also got postcards from little old ladies in the US who were very excited and sent me pictures of George Washington and things like that because he had false teeth and stuff like that. So did we get it right? So from the early runs, demographic-wise, you can see that we got nearly half of our cohort were 25 or under. So we did manage to pitch it down. And we think that was really about how we pitched it out. We tried to not present it as a specific you want to get onto dentistry course. We kind of made it quite broad and then put a little line in at the bottom of our description going, and you might want to do this if you're applying for dentistry. We think that helped us by people it not being specifically labelled as something, oh, I've got to do this thing. It was more, oh, I'm a little bit naughty, I'm doing this thing, and that might have helped in our demographic maybe. Just breaking that down a bit, education-wise, highest level of education for over half was secondary school, so that sort of backs up with the age. Most of them, a big chunk of them were in full-time education, and nationality, it was 77 UK in the first few runs. That's not really changed over time, but 79 other countries, I think in the first run, were in there, which really enriched the programme. And this is where the FutureLearn social bit really stepped up the game and really helped us. So we've gone from our existing bums on seats program of dealing with students. In order to get onto dentistry, you probably get work experience with your local dentist. Suddenly, here's an opportunity for you to be in a course where you can talk to dentists, and I've seen all these conversations. You can talk to dentists in rural China. You can talk to Syrian refugees making their way across Europe as dentists, wanting to work on their English in order to get a job in this country. You can talk to people as a 17, 18-year-old who's probably never had a filling, talk to somebody who's just had a new set of dentures and their experiences. You know, you've got so much stuff to walk into a dental interview with all of a sudden that you can use, which meant rather than being almost a consolation prize for not being on our Adopt scheme, this became something entirely different and has a whole new sort of power entirely. Because we could get postcode data, and because I like a few stats, we did look at the UK-only secondary school level sort of stuff from the exit survey. So we could get the postcode, we could get the age, and then we ran it through. And we looked at index of multiple deprivation, and we looked at Polar 3. So IMD is the deprivation index, Polar 3 is the participation in HE for a given area. And we found, sort of summarising very briefly, that we'd reached parts that we just normally did not reach. Okay, so we got the stats to say, yes, we are getting out there to a wider audience than historically we ever would have done. So we were extremely pleased with this. And I would say that we targeted it through our compact schools, we put it out. I think maybe being early and all the noise of the launch helped us a lot as well. I did quite a lot of work getting it out to all dentists in the UK. One of the ways I did that was actually I wrote a paper, because you know, scientific papers, put it in the British Dental Journal, which is a society journal. Pretty much all UK dentists read this. So we kind of quietly promoted it in the guise of a scientific paper about what we were doing. The other thing I did is I went through UCAS statements. So we still in-house do our interviews at Sheffield. So I got some ethics to go through. I've got all of the personal statements anonymised. I've done this for a few years. And we looked for keywords of Discover Dentistry, MOOC, online course, FutureLearn. We had a list. And when there was a hit, we pulled up that piece of text in isolation and read it. And we looked for explicit mentions that were us, so positive hits, yes, well done us. But also then we looked at the implication where somebody had written, because I have done Discover Dentistry, I have done something else. And almost exclusively, what we promoted actually was a wider activity and work experience. So students were saying, because I've done Discover Dentistry, most of them were saying, I'm going to go and see a hygienist or a dental technician, or I'm going to go do something else as well. They would we'd at least got them to sort of penetrate the dental team a bit more deeply and see the value in talking to them all. And we did shove that up in the BDJ that you can find in 2015. Just a few other things that just came out of it. Dental phobics, they started finding it. We've got quite a few people who do particularly the early weeks of the course, which are about checkups and charting and stuff, and ended up being a bit of a cognitive behavioural therapy tool, which we didn't design it for. I now got dragged into cognitive behavioural therapy research because of this. But people, if you're worried about dentistry, being able to understand the charting and the language being used and what's going to happen is very helpful. Rich interaction between dental professionals and those new to the subject. So we ended up in our cohorts pretty much getting, sort of really simplifying it, aspiring dental students, dental professionals who were doing it, which is rather worrying because it was called Discover Dentistry, right? But they all piled in. We had head of dentistry for the army in there. We've had people from all over the world in there. Lots of people have had career breaks. Often dental nurses also have had children coming back to work, sort of getting themselves back into it. And also lots of engaged patients. Lots of people have had dental treatment and want to moan about it somewhere online. But this stirred the pot. The conversations were extremely rich. Wonderful things like offers of work experience in the chat. You know, statements of people saying, I see you need work experience and you're up the road from me. Come into my practice. You know, get in contact with me. So obviously we didn't, you know, I don't really want to facilitate a dating service in dentistry, but it really sort of worked. The international cohort as well really upped it a notch. So suddenly our students can learn about how dentistry works outside of the quirkiness of the NHS and see you know, how the system works in the UK, but also how training is different in other countries. You know, we let our dental students loose on patients from fairly early in our program. In other countries, 4 years on plastic models before you can go anywhere near a real person, you know, and they could see those differences. Lots of learner stories about now I can go to my dentist and talk about teeth, which is great. The dentist is probably rolling their eyes at that because they want to get you out the door. I don't think I'm on the platforms that my students are on. I'm not on Snapchat and all that sort of stuff. So maybe it is happening there, or maybe it's just not cool to mention it. But really it doesn't fly on social media as much as we liked. But it was a very, very positive learning community. So the questions that I'm going to propose before lunch, so I'll just keep it brief. I did have 3, maybe we'll focus more on the latter ones, is that we got a lot of currency and a lot of success out of sort of a broad targeting. So rather than being very specific, by putting a group of people together that our WP students could actually thrive within, was something that worked really well for us. And how you might do that, is that an attractive idea to you? Or how just are you going to target them is one. But the other one is, how do you close the loop? I've been lucky that I get UCAS statements to read every year, and I can see mentions of Discover Dentistry year on year, and I can see it go up. So that's really nice. But how do you close the loop? What data would you need to go back to your institutions to justify making more courses like this? It's quite difficult. We've got the offer now, there's funding available there, but you need real information, data, in order to justify those back to your institutions. So it would be very helpful to know what people think and what their barriers are to running these sorts of programs. And other than, you know, I sit in dental interviews and people walk in the door and go, oh, it's you, which is interesting. So, yeah, so how could you close the loop? So maybe thinking about, you know, who you're aiming for, but how are you going to prove that you've been successful with WP is kind of, in this post-GDPR era, is very interesting. So I'll leave it to you. Not super recently, no, because she's sort of in Scotland now and whatever else. I know. I bet Law House, actually. Yeah, I bet Law House, yeah. But also, you know, it's...
she was such a great...
Yeah. You know, and Anna, you know, was it driving this all the way through and pushing like crazy, and Layla as well, yeah. So at that time, it was Anna and Layla, and that's pretty much who we had. This is pre a lot of this, yeah. Interesting times. Yeah. So, yeah, exciting times as well. Yeah, very exciting. So, yeah. Mm. Hello.
Okay. I don't understand why. I simply don't understand it. We work with CRM systems and so on. I can't believe that's...
I know.
Well, you would need to specifically tell them you're going to share the data with the university, and I guess they have to opt into that. But it's not actually... So we do it with other platforms and other things. It can't actually... I understand that there are more hoops that need to be jumped through, and you might not want to, and that's a decision you can make. I can't make you do it. But I don't think it's actually...
spaces between us and lunch. The brevity will be rewarded.
He's got that radio mic system now, so I think that's
Right, thank you very much, everybody. Okay, so this is all that remains between us and lunch. So brevity will be rewarded. Okay, all right. Should we start on this table? No.
Some of this coming through is just very quiet.
She's not coming through at all.
A really great mix of people, and I think that really benefits learn.
Jump in there with one thing about postgrad and WP and how to get that kind of data, because it's not something we can automatically provide post GDPR. But if you were to design your own opt-in survey that learners could opt into taking, just look at the research guidelines on the partner site, then that is information that they could opt to share with the university.
Should we go to this one? Because we did start the GDPR debate on this table, didn't we? So do you want to?
Somebody else should talk. I've done all the. Anyone? Do you want to speak to that?
I think we had lots of questions about identifying the WP cohort out of the group of learners, and I think Catherine's just answered maybe part of that, but it is really narrowing down with all the data we get from the courses that how we can track that specific group of learners, and there's very specific information I think that's required for that.
Again, I think kind of really similar. What we were talking about was how you get the data to identify the WP cohort, and the difficulties around the fact that for most of us, our WP identifiers are based on very personal data. So how you develop a course that at the end of it you have some way of linking the student or identifying that the student can get in contact with, or the way around the university can contact the student to be able to start that conversation. Ian was talking about a potential kind of contextualised offer, something that they're doing at your, but kind of, the difficulties around the data and how you build that in. So yeah, more questions out of questions really.
Yeah, we pretty much have the same questions. And we know what we would like, but it's really hard to achieve it. I suppose the FutureLearn recruitment tool is one way of actually getting this information, but it comes at a cost, and it's how wide. We started using the tool and experimenting at Leeds, but you get a wide range of people wanting to hear more from Leeds, but not necessarily the cohort you want. It's only a section of that, and it's also considerations with investment, because that's not free. Make it free, please.
Leah from Glasgow. Just one thing we were saying at the end there was that it'd be interesting to know if there was any way of seeing people who'd done the course and were therefore more informed about it, about dentistry as a career, were actually put off dentistry as well as people that were encouraged to apply.
No, that's a really good.
Would actually be an interesting thing, because they would therefore be
Yeah.
more informed and less likely to come, get in and
Yeah.
drop out, and
Yeah.
does affect retention rates potentially. So not as a kind of bad thing, but as something that actually is possibly, a positive.
Really, really good point, because where we're trying to be more flexible and show people possibilities, them actually deciding not to do it is a success in a way, because they've not wasted a lot of time. And it's something on the adopt bums on seats thing that often I have students really upset saying they want to leave, and I'll turn it into a success to say, well, now you know you're not going to waste 5 years of your life. It's wonderful. No, it's a really good idea, and actually I've seen some things in the comments going, now this isn't for me. But obviously, say they just sort of slip out. So yeah, something that would pick that up would be really interesting to know how many people's lives we've saved from 5 years of drilling plastic teeth. Yeah. So yeah. No.
We're waiting for lunch. We didn't have much to say on this.
Fair enough.
No, I think, what was I going to say? One of the things we were talking about was the design of the course and also the collecting the data and how just the kind of obstacles there often can be. I mean, GDPR aside, within an institution, you know, you've got different people collecting data. You've got the kind of centre, recruitment, admissions, collecting the data they collect and doing the things they do with it. And then you've got faculty level collection of data and reaction to activity. And then that drills down on the departmental level as well. And I wish I could say it was wonderfully connected and seamlessly all work together, but it doesn't. And I think if we could get things even sort of, you know, speaking personally at an institutional level to kind of join things up, we'll have a better idea of the question we're asking and how we can find the answer to it as well.
Yeah.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks again to Chris. Lunch is downstairs on the first floor. This room will be locked during lunch, so it's no problem leaving valuables. But if you want to get back into the room at the end during the lunch break or after the lunch break, Diane over here will have the key to the room. And because we've overrun, we're not going to extend lunch. We're going to shorten lunch, I'm afraid. So we will start back here promptly at 1:45. Thanks.
Okay, so I'm going to press stop on the record. Right, I could fix that whilst I was doing that. So.
Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Just one sec, sorry, I just want to make sure this is coming through.
5 hours.
Testing 1 2. Number 1 is coming through. So no. Testing 1 2. It's also coming through on here as well.
Yep.
So we have testing 1 2 3 4 coming through on here and here. So we're happy. Testing 1 2 3 4 5 coming through on there and there. Cool.
Okay. I had a fully cooked breakfast at the Travel Lodge.
That's perfect, thank you.
Is that okay?
Your mic's live now, so
Can I put it on mute until I start?
you can, but remember
to do it right. So it's just.
Testing 1 2, testing 1 2.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. I think that upped the expectations for the lunch for the next Partners Forum, better than the sandwiches that we normally offer you. So thank you very much to Manchester for that. A couple of things before Leah from Glasgow speaks. Somebody at lunch was asking me about, are the slides going to be available? So so on Monday we'll put all of the slides on the partner site, on the event section for this event, so we'll add them all there. And hopefully by the end of the next week, we'll also have the video for each of the sessions on the website as well. So if you're furiously scribbling notes and you're just copying slides, there's no need to do that. Also, during Chris's section, my colleague Mark Lester, who's the Managing Director for Educational Partnerships in FutureLearn, he was watching Chris's session, and he's very complimentary. But he reminded me, in terms of some of these things we talk about, that another option in terms of offering courses for essentially free for learners is the sponsored course model. So that costs, I mean, there is an additional cost, though, but just to remind you what that is. So that's £10,000 to run a course which is entirely free to learners and be able to run that course, multiple times. And, following the point from Leeds around the lead generation tool, one of the things that Mark and I were just discussing, online over lunch is, how could kind of lead generation tool be used in a sponsored course model with a specific widening access focus. So that's a conversation that Mark and I will be following up back at the office. So just wanted to remind you of that before we start. Next is Leah from Glasgow, and a kind of a good double bill to some extent following on from dentistry. So welcome.
Is that working okay? Yep. Is that okay? Cool. So this hopefully fits in quite well with the talk from dentistry, because actually the dentistry course was what inspired our students to produce this. So I'll talk about that in a wee minute. I'm not from a sort of IT digital education background. I'm actually a senior lecturer in medical genetics, and I've got into this as part of my role in the medical school and some of the things that I do. So hopefully you'll bear with me. Firstly, I just wanted to define widening participation in our context. So I'm coming at this from a medical school background. So I looked up the British Medical Association to see what they said that widening participation was, which they define as an initiative seeking to give opportunity to anyone who has the ability and desire, whatever their background, to enter higher education. So that, I think, is a fairly generic definition, but we're thinking of it obviously in the context of students coming into medicine. Now, why medicine with regards to widening participation? There's a lot of reasons why medicine with regards to widening participation. A lot of university programmes, courses, including ourselves, have tried to address the widening participation agenda, obviously, for many years. And I'll just briefly cover some of the things we've tried to do in a second. But medicine is one of these courses that I think it's actually particularly difficult to do. If you look at students from the least disadvantaged backgrounds entering medicine, you'll see it's about 50% compared to law, engineering, and across all courses. It's a lot smaller. Medicine dentistry only has about 4% of students from the most disadvantaged backgrounds coming into medicine. It's something like 20% of schools provide 80% of medical school applicants. And I think the most recent figure I could find, which may be slightly out of date now, was something like half of all schools across the UK don't provide any applicants to medicine, which, sounds ridiculous when you think about it, but the latest stats suggested that was true. And also in medicine, very similar to in dentistry. Compared to the higher education average, where we have about 5.5 applications for every place, in medicine, we have about 11 applications for every place. So it is something that's very difficult to get into for students from all backgrounds, but particularly from a widening participation background. In an attempt to increase the diversity in medicine, there's been lots of initiatives in recent years, and they've actually been pretty successful in terms of diversifying the gender gap in medicine. So we now have, I think it's just over half of all medical students are female. With regards to ethnicity as well, there's been certainly some improvements in that in recent years. And also in age, that was another issue that was sought to be addressed in medicine, that we tended to recruit 18, 19-year-olds, but they've now, with graduate entry programmes, I think the age factor has been addressed. But what hasn't really been addressed is the socioeconomic factors. We still, as you can see here, aren't great at attracting people from different backgrounds. And in medicine, possibly as much as, if not more than in any subject, you want people from different backgrounds, because you want your doctors to represent the whole population. You don't want your doctors just to be from certain groups in the population. So obviously it's a big deal. What happens already, because when we're thinking about our MOOC, we don't want to just repeat something that's already done, because there is a lot already been done. Widening participation strategies in medicine takes up 3 different types of roles. They're either pre-application, during the application stage, or post-application. The pre-application things tend to be twofold: access courses and outreach activities. Outreach activities are the big thing, but some of them are quite kind of high intensity. So students come in, they do projects, they have mentoring. Some of them are quite low intensity, just maybe going out and running a one-day session in a school, or students, 6-year students from the local area coming in for a tour of the medical school. And medical schools tend to prefer these low intensity activities. As you can imagine, they're easier to run and cheaper. But the problem is that the evidence shows that as the high intensity activities, the mentoring, the experiencing doing a project with other students, the coming into the context of the medical school, it's those kind of things that actually work from a widening participation point of view. Other things which I'll not go into really is contextual data and selection tools. So that's just thinking about the interview stage where we're thinking about looking at maybe offering students slightly different reduced tariffs, things like that, or offering different types of interviews that might less disadvantage students who are coming from a less affluent background. So in Glasgow, what do? We have a lot of schemes in Glasgow, and this is what I wanted to really kind of avoid repeating. We have this REACH programme, so where we go into schools. This is our sort of somewhere in between high and low intensity outreach. Go into schools from early on in the secondary education, and we bring them in 4th, 5th and 6th year. So when they're doing the equivalent to GCSEs and A-levels, they come in to the university maybe for a day in 4th year, maybe for a couple of days and do a project in 5th year, and then come in again in 6th year. And so we're trying to make it more accessible. There's particular schools that are targeted. We also adjust grades, quite specific grade adjustments, as I'm sure a lot of universities do. And we also have in Glasgow, partnerships Glasgow Clyde College, this access to medical sciences programme where students who are maybe coming to education in their 20s without the traditional qualifications do a college course and then apply to medicine in the normal way. Some of them will maybe get 1 or 2, 3 a year. It's not huge numbers, but we will get some coming through this route as well. So there's a lot of existing activity, if you like. And the other final thing that was just introduced last year, we've got 2 programmes. It's a Scottish Government initiative that we now have a pre-med year. So we bring in students who are from the postcodes, the lowest, or however many it is, 20%, whatever, postcodes, come in at a lower grade tariff than they would require to come into medicine. Normally they haven't met the criteria. They do a pre-med year, so they study biology, chemistry, physics and some professional studies as well. And then they join the cohort in 1st year. So we have 20 of these students just finished and starting 1st year, and we have got another 20 in. So Glasgow and I think it's Aberdeen or Dundee, one of them, run a similar programme. So we've got a lot going on already. So is there a need for a MOOC? That was the big question. I hadn't come at it starting about thinking about a MOOC, a course on FutureLearn, but my students wanted one, which I'll talk about in a second. But what we need to ask is there a need for one? So I think you've got these students who perhaps aren't the type of students that will find it easy to get into medicine. They'll go online, they'll do some research, they'll find loads of information out there. There's tons of information about, do you want to be a doctor? Could you be a doctor? Do you have the qualities for a doctor? What do doctors do? Videos, web pages, masses of information. There's tons of information on that. And then there's, as I've mentioned, these university programmes. Come in and spend a day or 2 in university. Come in and be mentored by us. Come in and work in a hospital for a week. There's lots of that kind of stuff. But I think there is a gap somewhere between doing a bit of online research, do I want to be a doctor, what is a doctor, what do they do, and come into university and talk to people about being a doctor. And I think the gap is probably not particularly well addressed by local schools, certainly. In our context, a lot of schools are doing what they can to address it, but how well can a school address that depends on the experience the teachers have of people applying for medicine, depends on the teachers themselves' experience, the pupils' experience, the parents' experience. Do they know doctors? I think there's a big gap between getting people doing a bit of research online, deciding, no, I don't actually know what to do, and getting these students into the widening participation things that already exist. So I think that hopefully is where this course we're designing will come in, and if you like a stepping stone to a more full engagement with the university. So how I see it is we have our widening participation scheme at the far end, getting people in. We have the investigation through websites, careers, information, etc. And what we're hoping to do is allow these students to participate in the MOOC, but also to build networks as they do this, that hopefully will then encourage their fuller involvement with our widening participation schemes. But the other side of what we're interested in is this co-creation aspect. So this is the staff and students co-creating the course on FutureLearn. So why? It sounds like a lot of hassle, really. So why do it? And the reason is, way back 2 or 3 years ago now, I had a life sciences student who was interested in a bit of work experience. I had already run a big cancer course, 6-week cancer MOOC back in 2014. I think it was, we're on our 8th run now. So I had a bit of experiences, cancer in the 21st century, that's what it's called. Bit of experience with running these types of courses, designing them, things like that. A life science student wanted to do a bit of work over the summer, so he came and helped me design a course called So You Want to Study Life Sciences, which wasn't intended as widening participation at all. It was just, what is botany, what is physiology, what is biochemistry, because I know how confusing that can be. So he did that. And from that, we ended up with 2 medical students, 4th year medical students, as their elective, designing a MOOC for it was an assessed for credit component of their medical studies. So it was their 4th year, 5-week elective, brought 2 students in, medical education elective, and said to them, which thinking back on it, it was just ridiculous. I just said, what do you want to do a course on? You know, what would you like to design a course on? And immediately they were like, oh, we want to design a course on first aid. You know, we want to teach people how to do first aid. So I thought their qualifications by 4th year medicine probably mean that they are eligible to do this, but we got some advice from other people in the medical school, and they created this 2-week course, were assessed for it, wrote reflections and looked at the literature and MOOCs, and they created a 2-week course, which I think has run now 3 times, something like that. And it's been a reasonably popular course. It's been about 5,000 each run, and really good feedback from the participants, who have obviously really enjoyed. I think it's been a sort of gentler lead-in maybe to some of the other fuller first aid courses that are available on the platform. And the students really enjoyed doing it, really positive experience. So I thought, right, I'll offer it again next year and see, this January last year, and see what the students want to do this time, fully thinking they would come along and want to do a course similar, like maybe on, you know, neuroscience, or on I saw the ones on the love your liver and know your abdomen stuff. I thought maybe they'll want to do something like that on some anatomy. But no, they came in and they saw the Discovering Dentistry course. I sent them away to explore FutureLearn, and they came back and said, oh, we're going to do one called Discovering Medicine. And I was like, you can't steal the Discovering Dentistry title. I was like, that's definitely plagiarism. But they came back really enthused about it and said, we want to run one called Discovering Medicine. We want it to be, they hadn't quite got the widening participation agenda yet, but they decided they wanted to tell people all about medicine and what it was like as a career. So they created all the content as their part of their elective back in January. They decided they would do it as 3 steps. What is a doctor? How do you get into medicine, and what is it like to be a medical student? So it was the 3 kind of stages, if you like. Thinking about a career in medicine, what would it involve? Thinking about what we do for applications and what would you need in order to get in, and then the last stage would be, and what is it actually like being a medical student? They did that, then they disappeared off in clinical placement, and I haven't seen them since. So they got their grades, they got good grades for their thing, then they left me with all this content and another full-time job to do on the side, and I didn't really have any time to do anything with the content until I got speaking to another student, medical student by chance, who'd come in through the widening participation route in Glasgow, and he was exceedingly keen to take this forward in a widening participation sense. So looking at the medicine from the point of view the students had designed all the content, but also using a group of widening participation students and widening participation networks at Glasgow that already exist in order to develop this as a, so you want to study medicine and take it into schools. So where we are with it at the moment is simply, so we're not nearly anything, this is more our thoughts of how to do this. The co-creation aspect is obviously a bit different, but it's more our thoughts of how to get this and get it out there in a profitable, not monetary sense, but a profitable context with regards to medicine. So what we're going to do, and what we have already, got a lot of content, we've got a lot of articles and videos obviously, but we're going to do it as a setup where students do a problem-based learning within the platform, so that they're going to take a clinical problem in the way they would do in medical school, and in groups they're going to work on it and come back and produce a short report that, like, similar to what they would do in medical school. We'll obviously have discussions, but a big thing that I'm trying to push with this, I think, is the making connections, as you mentioned with the dentistry, making connections hopefully with other potential medical students, but also with the medical students who are on the course already, and with the widening participation students that we're going to use. One thing I'd actually really like to do is have a barriers to exercise where the students think about the different types of barriers that they might face. I was thinking of maybe doing it in a word cloud kind of way. Think about the barriers that they're going to face with getting into medicine, whatever these be. Be an interesting thing to analyse what they see their barriers to medicine being. And then the next step would be discussing with other people what ways to overcome these barriers might be. I'm also keen to use tools like Enquire, which we were talking about in the last FutureLearn academic network meeting. So I'm keen to kind of use tools that are out there to see what we can do. So that is where we're at with it. As I say, we're at a stage much further back than you guys, so it was really interesting to hear the dentistry stuff because it's quite inspiring, and hopefully will feed into some of the stuff we might do. But my questions, I guess, at this stage are essentially, how do we reach the widening participation audience? How do we design the MOOCs to ensure that, and how do we market them, as opposed to what I suppose is my worry, that we could reach an already educated, potentially quite established audience. It was encouraging to see the dentistry one obviously did reach an appropriate audience. But also this other question about staff-student co-design of MOOCs. Is that a model that could be encouraged, should be encouraged? Is a ridiculous idea? I really like it from the point of view of my student who did the life sciences one, said, I love the fact that normally I write an essay at university, it gets assessed, somebody puts it in a drawer and they never see it again, that's it. But the MOOC, he had this little graph of, he's like, look, 5,000 people in 79 countries have read what I've written, what I've produced for university, and he's like, this is amazing. And it felt like, I suppose, it's a bit kind of empowering for him, and it certainly fed into a lot of the graduate attributes that we're trying to encourage in our students by getting them to work this. Obviously it needs a lot of staff input as well. And my third question, I guess, is how do MOOCs in this kind of widening participation space, how do they differ from what's there? What can they add to what's there? And I think, again, that's partly been answered already. But it's certainly be something that I'm interested to see. Do we need to make adjustments to what we're doing with regards to that, in order to fit into a niche that's there, as opposed to just duplicating some of the content that's already there? So I think if we discuss it for 5-10 minutes, is that all right? And then we can feed back. Okay. What time is this session supposed to finish at? Is it? All right, okay, brilliant. That's great. Yep, so discuss those questions, and then hopefully you'll give me some answers that I can use.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Bobby. I'm from University of Southampton. We discussed quite a lot with this. It was really interesting. We think it's a really good idea to have that co-creation with students to get their feedback, their point of view, to co-create the content, to keep it relevant. Also discussed how you said the student comments, they might talk about some of the barriers themselves to entry into medicine, and I think that's really nice as well, because then when they move into the course, the program, you could address those barriers for that retention as well. So yeah, so I thought it was really nice.
Yeah, it's interesting to see if it has an impact on retention. I'd really like to see the retention kind of.
Yeah.
Maybe people they meet, go with them through the course.
Can I stick that back on you?
Oh, sorry, I forgot. I meant to have a mic on. Sorry, thank you.
I've unmuted it now.
Thank you. Thank you. Yep.
Hi. We only really talked about the first part of the question, and we were again saying how difficult it is, wondering if there are any schools networks advising people on careers and applications that we could tap into. We don't know what they are. How do you find out? We then moved on to thinking about the kind of just-in-time nature of a lot of potential students filling in applications, and came up with the idea of if we could get funding using Google Ads. People are searching, how do I apply for med school? How do I get in? How do I fill in the application? And that would pop up. It's a slightly different technique, but it was really trying to understand how you can tap into that market that you don't actually yet know how to identify. You're still not necessarily going to do what Leah wants, which is to really define the WP students from the overall pool of students, but perhaps we'll reach a different set of people.
Yeah, I think we can sometimes be hesitant to use other tools. That's not how we advertise universities or whatever, but actually, yeah, some of those tools could be potentially very interesting. Yeah. There you go.
So we didn't follow the order of the questions, and we only really talked about the co-creation part of it, and shared our experiences of the extent to which we'd used co-creation in Leeds and in Bristol in different ways. And I think, so thinking about our perspective of co-creation and students was rather different from the approach that you're thinking about taking, in that we did use students a lot in the creation of our courses, and I think the impact that had on the courses was terrific. Thinking not just about the outcomes, but also the energy that they brought to the project, and driving it along was just astonishing. And they had an impact outside what we were, I was going to say, employing them. So what we did do, these were not students who were, as you were talking about, coming to you and had part of another project. These were students who we identified, and we actually bought them out of their time in the same way that we bought out academics for their time in development, and paid them for their services, if you like. And that brought a level of professionalism from them that was, and commitment that was superb. It was real excellent value for us.
I think as well that might be something we may have to consider, widening participation, because a lot of these students are working a lot of hours to fund themselves through university. So if we're wanting to pull them out and get them to do extra stuff for us, I think actually employing them might be something that we'd definitely have to consider.
Fantastic what you're doing, and we would really love to do something similar. We do have a system where we employ student champions. We have a student champion from each faculty and a lead champion as well, and they're involved in all our MOOC development and online development on our VLE as well. We do work with students a lot more on our internal platform, less so on FutureLearn. I think we are a little bit risk averse there, and I think there's room for us to grow in that arena, and I think something that we're looking to do, and it's very inspiring. Thank you.
I was terrified when the students did the first aid one at first. I thought, see if they put something on there that is going to, I don't know, cause a disaster, but we had it checked and it was okay. Back table maybe?
Not entirely sure we kind of came up with any answers to your questions, to be honest with you. We just kind of raised more questions, which is what is the best way to target someone who is in wider participation, and what do you define as wider participation in the first place? So do you go into people via employers? Do you go in via schools and colleges? Do you go in via via job centres? Do you flyer in social areas? And all of that seems to be quite sort of targeted and quite specific, and we, I think, kind of reached no conclusion as to how you do that. Literally, but we had a great conversation. You know what? We had a great conversation.
Say at the moment, mostly just as I'm sure most places do, postcodes. And I was talking to one of my widening participation students this week who'd just come in on that new one-year programme, and I said, you know, so your parents, the local, what do they do? And she said, yeah, oh, my dad's a postdoctoral physicist researcher here at the university, and she's obviously come in on completely in the widening participation because she lives in the postcode. And I suppose my question is, yeah, should she be? Should she not be? I'm not saying she shouldn't be. But neither am I utterly convinced that she should be, because maybe she's not what we should define as our widening participation, because there is a family history of it, but then she lives in the right area. Who are these students, I think, is a bigger question.
I mean, one thing you have successfully in terms of marketing is maybe quite populist marketing. So we're quite good now at making content for social, and we are very good at targeting people who have searched certain terms on Facebook or on Google, and that's that. So we make content specifically aimed at people, conversation triggers, little animations, things which intrigue people to click through. And once you click through, you know, from there on in, you're in a system. But yeah, that's one thing we've aimed at is populist marketing.
Thank you. Back table. That's okay. That's good.
We're talking quite a lot about what currently happens in widening participation and how we find students at the moment with more traditional widening participation activities, so more face-to-face stuff, and talk about how we work with schools and so on. I think my plea would be, as somebody who works in widening participation, not in digital stuff, a lot of these questions have been partially answered already by people working in widening participation. So please go back to your organisation and find out who they are and go and speak to them. They're already doing it. And crucially, they already know how to contact all the local schools. There'll be gaps, absolutely, but they will already know a lot of this stuff. So go and find the expert in your organisation. I think is probably we talked a lot about schools, but I think that's fundamentally what we were talking about. Does anyone want to add anything?
So just one other thing, we were principally talking about UK widening participation, and we were also talking, of course, about the face-to-face approaches are very, very valuable. They also start at 9. I didn't know that. That was a bit of a surprise for me. But also that obviously there's limitations in terms of how far you can get. So I think one of the things that when we talk about widening participation for MOOCs, obviously the massive value to that is internationally. And that's when postcodes are really no use to you at all. So I think, yeah, establishing the criteria is, again, going back to what's already been repeated several times, the criteria school to school is going to vary, but it would be really interesting, especially within this network, to talk about, you know, can we agree on some key criteria that takes into consideration the many, many countries that FutureLearn learners hail from.
And final table here. And there's anything to add? An endless train as well, so these big ones.
Very slow train. That's better. So I think that we felt that carrying on what you've already been doing in getting insight from your existing widening participation students was definitely a way of answering some of these questions. And I think that the other point was that we felt that targeting those specific individuals is very difficult, so it's much better to follow the approach of the dentistry course, and really cast that net very wide, and then get as many people interested as you can, and then you're covered.
Which is why maybe renaming it, instead of so you want to study medicine, renaming it to something more generic might actually help, rather than, but not discover medicine. I think
Discover life.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Great. Thanks, everybody. Just going to get the slides up before I... So the audio for the video should just come out through the HDMI, should it?
In here, yeah.
Right, let's have a quick.
It's right when it all goes wrong and it always does. Somebody's here. I won't know what to do. If you just go to, I'm okay with having a quick look. Yeah, okay, put it in there. Yeah, and go output. Yeah, man, should be fine there. Right, now.
Brill.
Just want to stick around your pocket, and if you can just leave it on for the Q&A as well.
Yeah, that's fine. Hang on, let me just deal with this.
Yep. All happy?
Trip over this otherwise. Then we'll all be in trouble. Bill, cheers.
Okay, everybody. So our next speaker is Robbie from the University of Bath. We've had quite a few interesting conversations with, or heard from University of Bath people over the last 12 months or so about some of their kind of interesting approaches to widening participation, which is why we invited Robbie to come and speak.
Bill, thank you. So I'm probably talking more about widening participation than I'm talking about MOOCs, because I got the feeling by this time in the day we'd have talked about a lot of MOOCs and you'd be thinking, let's do something else for a bit. And actually, I think this is quite timely, because I think the conversations have started to be a bit more about WP anyway. So I'm hoping that this will segue neatly and you won't just think, why is he talking about something other than what he said he was going to talk about? So I wanted to talk to you, we do have a specific MOOC that I want to briefly talk about, but I want to talk to you about WP first and just have a think about the definitions of it and why we use the definition that we did for thinking about this MOOC. Could you just put your hand up quickly if you've seen this before? I'm just interested to know. Alice, straight up, a few more of you, yeah. Generally, it's less people than half, and I'm glad that that was true here, or this would have been really embarrassing, because I've made this whole thing about you not necessarily having seen it. The Robbins principle is really important. Robbins was a guy, he was Lord Robbins, and he was asked to write a report about higher education back in the 1960s. And even though you've not heard of him, he's the most important person you've never heard of, because he did two things. Firstly, he made higher education bigger. So back before the 60s, there was hardly any universities. Places like Manchester had set up, Sheffield, but there weren't universities, and there were universities were still mostly in quite big places. And one of the things that Robbins did after writing this report is recommended more universities. And Bath is one of the universities that came about because of him. Lancaster, where I studied, is one of his universities. York, all the ones that are about that age, and they all look like they're made of concrete. All those universities are because of him. So good for higher education, bad for architecture. But one of the things he did that was really important is he, for the first time ever, really, defined what higher education was for. So he said it's not just about a finishing school for really, really wealthy people, which you could argue that Oxford and Cambridge had been for a very, very long time. It wasn't just about setting up new technical colleges in cities to support people in industry, which is in many ways what a lot of the red brick universities were for. It was about making sure that anyone who could study should study, could do so. And he came up with this principle. And what's really neat about this principle is it's over 50 years old, but I feel like, and you can tell me if you fundamentally disagree, I feel like it kind of still holds up. And what's really interesting is it's very similar to the definition from the previous slide. And even though you don't necessarily think about this on a day-to-day basis, all of university policy since then has been about this, even if you haven't necessarily seen this at the heart of it. And what people have been thinking and what people have been doing in terms of places, when they're thinking about tuition fees, when they're thinking about funding, it's all about this principle, which is still at the heart of everything that you do. And what's quite nice about it is you can insert bits into it and it still makes sense to some extent. So if you said, is it right that people who have the ability to go to Oxford should be allowed to do so? I think you'd all say, yes, I think that's fine. I think that seems reasonable. If you said something like jobs in the profession, so maybe that's, you know, should people who have the ability to become a lawyer be allowed to become lawyers? I think you'd all say, yeah, I think that's fine. But what's interesting is that things that have happened since then have been less obviously good. And that's not to say that they've been bad, but new policies become corrupted and think differently about targets for who should go to university. There's two here which I thought I'd bring in, which people will recognise. The first one's from 1997, the second one's from just after sort of 2010 onwards. And these are sort of bolt-ons to the principle of who should and shouldn't go to university. and people will recognise this, it was Labour's big push in 1997 as part of their education drive, that 50% of all young people should go to higher education. Now, personally, I think it would be a real coincidence if the absolute optimum number of students who should go to higher education was exactly half. That feels quite unlikely. So clearly the drive was arbitrary. More students should go to higher education, and there's an arbitrary target. Then the Conservatives went a bit further. They said that they would double the number of people from disadvantaged backgrounds. They didn't actually define disadvantaged backgrounds, so that's been a bit of an ongoing challenge. But again, I feel like if you said to me, hey, let's just double the number, everyone would go, yeah, let's do it. But I don't think anyone could say, yes, that's definitely the exact number that we need to go up to, because we were exactly half of where we wanted to be before. So these are arbitrary targets. And what I wanted to do was just talk about those in the context of real lives and real people, because when you put targets into reality, they don't always work. So I'm going to use an example. Welcome to a place you've never heard of. This is where I was born. And I know that a couple of people have heard of it because I talked about it at lunch, but most of you, I'm guessing, don't know Broseley in Shropshire. Broseley is famous for being a place that's near to Telford, which is near to Wolverhampton, which is near to Birmingham, so it's near to quite a big city. And it's actually a really small city. It's bigger than you might, a town. It's bigger than you might think for a small town, but 6,000 people is not a lot. If you get off at a busy railway terminal in London, you will see more than 6,000 people all in one go. It's a really small town. And because I live there, I know all about it, because I grew up there. But people who don't know about it, so you guys, if you looked it up, there's only a certain amount of things you can find out about it. And these are some of the things. The youth participation rate, this is kids going to university, is 31%. What does that mean? Well, that's about normal. That's about the normal amount. So nobody would say Broseley is disadvantaged in terms of higher education. No one would say it was particularly advantaged. But what that kind of means is nobody really cares about it very much, because it falls between the gaps. Some people have level 4 qualifications in Shropshire, some don't. You can't actually find that out for Broseley, even if you want to. So actually, if you try and find out more about this town, which isn't even on the map, it's actually quite hard to find this information out. The only way you'll probably know anything about Broseley is that you might recognise this. This is the Iron Bridge, which lots of people will have gone to on school tours when they were little. The Iron Bridge is in Broseley. In fact, Broseley's not in the picture because it's just behind the trees at the top here, which means if you've been to the bridge, you haven't visited the town, which is fine. But what's interesting is it also means Broseley's the first ever post-industrial town, because it was the first ever industrial town. So forget Manchester and Sheffield. It declined fast and is now a bit weird. But if you ever want to go there, that's fine. But the reason I've particularly brought Broseley up is because I know about it, and what I know is there's kids there who don't feel like they can go to university because they don't have the background in that, their parents didn't go for whatever reason. There's loads of kids there who are definitely going to go to university. But if you were looking at this from a distance and just thinking about it as a town, Broseley only has one postcode. If you think about Broseley as a town, it's not very interesting. So those individuals get missed. Nobody is necessarily thinking, let's help those people. But where they live, they may be in some considerable disadvantage. And when you take the Robbins principle, I think people would still agree with this. So should everybody in Broseley with the ability to go to university be allowed to go? Definitely. I think everyone would agree with the principle. But does it mean they should? And if you look at the targets, when you take them from a national level and take them down to a town level, is it useful? It might be, but I'm posing the question, is it useful for half of the people who grew up in Broseley to go to university? I don't know. But I'd be astonished if exactly 50% was the right amount. Is it useful for you to double the number of disadvantaged students? I don't know. And if you think about some of the questions that local people will be asking, these are the things that people will be worried about when they think about social mobility, when they think about their own lives and their children's success. If you grow up in Broseley, are you going to be able to get a job or not? Those are the kind of things you might be worrying about. What kind of jobs are there in Shropshire? Is it actually helpful having a degree? Because if you want to go back and live there and you've got a degree but there aren't any graduate jobs, was it worth going? Now, of course, there's lots of other reasons to go to university, but this is the sort of thing people might be thinking. And if you're thinking about these things, it makes it really difficult to know what to do about widening participation, because you can go into this town as a stranger and you can go and tell the kids there that they should think about going to university, but are you actually doing any good in the end? I don't know. And I haven't got an agenda, which is unhelpful, because it would be good if I could give you some answers, because it would save a lot of time. I'm just sort of posing these things because I think it's useful to think about what widening participation means in reality. And that's what we did. So when we came up with this MOOC, we tried to come up with something that answered the Robbins principle need, but not the town need, not the individual need. And it met the idea that if there are kids who should be able to go to university, we were going to support them to make sure that they were able to, but this specific course doesn't necessarily recommend who should or shouldn't be going. It just helps to make sure that people's attainment is in the place that enables them to succeed if they want to. And the MOOC that we came up with is called this, How to Succeed in Your EPQ. If you've never come across the EPQ, just a little bit of background, this is a new qualification. It's been around for a few years. And schools are offering this to 17 and 18-year-olds instead of what used to be the 4th AS level, because there aren't any AS levels in most schools anymore. So if you're 17 years old, you do your 3 A levels, which you choose, usually when you're doing your GCSEs, and you do the EPQ. And there's about 30 to 40,000 students now doing the EPQ, and it's growing. And I would be very surprised if in 3 or 4 years' time most students weren't doing the EPQ. That's the kind of speed at which it's growing. And I think people recognise its value, particularly because what it does is it kind of crushes the linear A-level model, which a lot of teachers don't even like very much. And it says, forget just doing these rote learning things that you've been told to do. Let's have a bit of creativity, and effectively you write a short dissertation. So it sets you up really nicely to go to university. So Bath University recognised this. This is some text from our Access and Participation Plan back before it was an APP, and it was a whatever it was before. What we wanted to do was recognise the value of the EPQ by saying that students who did well in it would get a lower offer to come to Bath. So rather than just handing out lower offers or unconditional offers like other universities might, we've tied our alternative offers to a particular scheme. So students who get particular grades, and we'll come back to it in a moment, will get a slightly lower offer and more chance of getting into the university. But what we felt was important, if we were going to say that it mattered to do well in the qualification, was to also say we probably have a role to make sure that you do, because otherwise we're just asking you to jump through a hurdle without actually helping, which isn't very helpful. And the kind of route that we kind of came up with was something a little bit like this. Sorry, the text's quite small. But the journey starts, I guess, in the top right there. A student decides to do the EPQ because it'll help them when they go to university. They get supported to get the best grade that they can. They then get a reduced offer if they apply to the University of Bath. That maybe makes them make Bath their firm choice. And of course, when it comes down to it, a lot of WP is actually about bums on seats. Did they come to Bath or did they not? So that does matter. But it also is okay if they don't come to Bath. But it's nice if they do. And if they come to Bath, they'll have a great time, obviously, because Bath's amazing, so they'll go on to be incredibly successful, and then they'll go on and say other people should do the EPQ. So the life cycle causes students to help other students to ultimately do well. And here's an example of the kind of alternative offer you might get. This is a physics course at Bath, incredibly high grades, probably slightly too high, A star, 2 A's, but an alternative offer. If you get an A in the EPQ, or a couple of the other projects which we'll come back to, it's AAA. So it's still quite hard to get in, but it's marginally easier. And of course, when you consider that lots of students get in on slightly lower grades anyway, as they do at all universities, realistically it might add up into making students much more likely to get in. We can skip that. So what we came up with was a course to help students come in with EPQ. And what I thought I would do, and I don't know if this is going to work, is I would quickly show you a video, which is the trailer for it. We designed this very much with young people in mind. So if you think it's going too fast, I also think it's going too fast. But 17-year-olds don't. So just bear with it. Let's see if this will work.
The Extended Project Qualification is designed to boost your independent learning skills and lets you delve into a topic that really interests you.
Well, you'll never know how it finished. It went on for about 4 more seconds, but I think you get the idea. I think the thing that we were really keen to do with the MOOC, as lots of you will have been with your MOOCs, is to make it student-friendly, so a lot of the content was done that way. And we spent quite a lot of money bringing in a video production company, because we knew if we tried to be student-friendly, it would be naff. So we knew that we needed to bring in the experts. Just to mention a bit about how we kind of made it work, I think the thing that we recognised early on was that you had to get the right people to do this. We've got at Bath this incredible skills centre, and lots of other universities will, where we have people whose job is to help students transition to university and think about their study skills, and we reckon they be best placed? Because if I did it, I'm not well placed. Actually, academic lecturers might be well placed, but you wouldn't necessarily know the right ones to ask. But these guys were very much the experts. So Diana and Clive kind of took on the course convener role. But actually, the MOOC has input from lots of different people. So we got someone in from the library, we got some students in from a local school, Ralph Allen School, which is just around the corner from the uni, and their head teacher, and we got a couple of students from the University of Bath as well. I think it was the broader cast of characters which helped to make it a bit more appealing and for people to want to actually do it. The person who I've not mentioned, but who's the most important person, is Marie, who's sat at the back of the room, who I have quite rightly described as the power behind the throne, because she actually did a lot of the work for this. So I've come to be the front face of telling you why we did the MOOC, but of course I didn't actually put it together myself. Marie did a lot of the hard work. So I actually think one of the things that's really important to recognise in all of this is the role of the person who does Marie's job at your university, which is lots of you, because actually they end up bringing a lot of it together. So we couldn't have done it without that support. What was quite nice about having the cast of characters is it meant you could bring together a range of people to give advice. So I've just got a very quick video from the end of the course, which just gives you a sense of the range of people, oh, it's all gone wrong, who were involved.
If I was going to give you a piece of advice, I'd say spend more time planning. Write your EPQ on something you are interested in and really want to learn more about. It makes it easier to write and more enjoyable.
It really helps to make yourself familiar with mark schemes and specifications.
Remember the dead fish. Make sure your plan translates into a structure which is clear to the reader. It's really important to focus your research so that you come up with an appropriate title and it's not too broad.
Your title may change. This is fine and can in fact be good.
Be selective about the information you find and critically evaluate all of the sources you use.
Make sure you keep careful notes of all your sources, including page references and the dates you access websites throughout the research stage, so that you can complete citations and your references section much more easily at the report writing stage.
Make sure you rehearse your presentation multiple times before you present it.
It's useful to give yourself time away from the project and come back to it with fresh eyes. When you finish your whole report, leave it at least a day, or preferably longer, before you come back and proofread it.
When you're writing your personal statement, don't forget to...
Okay, we get the idea. So it was, yeah, it was a really nice course to do. It's actually still quite new. One of the things that we do that is quite unusual is it runs almost all the time. So there isn't often, obviously, with FutureLearn courses, they're sort of once or twice a year. This is a pretty permanent course, to be honest. So it's very rare to find a time when you can't sign up for it. So far, we've had 17,000 enrolments now. As you'll all know from doing MOOCs of your own, that doesn't necessarily mean 17,000 people who've made it all the way to the end. But actually, there's been quite a good rate of people taking it up. But because it's predominantly young people, some of them like to skip to the end quite quickly. But it's really, really positive for us, because, of course, there's only about 35,000 people who are doing the EPQ. So to get potentially half of them signing up is quite good, and they've come from a lot of countries around the world, but predominantly from the UK, which is what really, really matters. I think the thing that's really important, we found it quite hard to do evaluation, as a lot of other people have said, but this was quite a nice bit of information. It's a big chunk of text, I'm afraid, but this is from a report that the admissions team wrote and sent to Senate a few weeks ago, talking about the students who come to Bath this year. The headline is more EPQ students applied to Bath than they normally do, and of those students, more of them met WP criteria than they normally do. And how we made that happen, because targeting isn't easy with these things, is it was about how we promoted it. So we went out into the right schools who were carefully targeted. We made sure that they were aware of it. We used Facebook targeting on particular areas so that the advertising was right. But most importantly, we didn't worry about it too much, because we recognised, as I said at the start, that as long as you knew that the students taking the EPQ came from a range of different social backgrounds, which they do, and we can prove that, and then you got a big enough uptake, you would definitely get students from different backgrounds to be taking it. So you could do that without actually having to say, can we prove that this group of 50 in this particular town or city did anything in particular. And the last thing that I was just going to quickly say, we really enjoyed doing it, so we've actually made another one. This slide's just obviously gone to pieces, because this had all sorts of different information on. But we've done a second, almost identical MOOC for students doing the Welsh Baccalaureate, who also get an alternative offer at the University of Bath. And the thing that's really nice about this MOOC is that it does something that MOOCs don't normally do, which I'll let you discover by watching the trailer just for a few seconds.
This mini-MOOC has been designed to help you succeed.
Mae'r minimwg yma wedi gynllunio I dy helpu I lwyddo yn is-ysgrif her.
I don't know if you noticed, but it's in Welsh. So we've launched it bilingually, so there's actually 2 versions of the MOOC. I think this makes it the first ever Welsh MOOC. If anyone else has got a Welsh MOOC, then I'm wrong. But we're quite excited about that, because obviously if you do speak Welsh in the UK, you're not one of a large group of people, but there's more people speaking Welsh than you think, and there's a lot of schools that only teach in Welsh. So it gets to a very specific group of people who are really, really excited about launching it. This launched about 2 weeks ago. Uptake is quite small at the moment, but it's growing, and we've had over 100 students take the Welsh version, which is really nice because, well, as I said, there's not a lot of students speaking Welsh, so that's really, really good. So we're hoping to see an impact from both of those things. It's a very specific targeting that we have in this MOOC, which makes it a little bit different from some others. But I'm happy to sort of throw it open to people's questions and thoughts. The questions are on the sheet, but they're here as well. And happy to engage with anything anyone wants to talk about.
So we have about 5 or 10 minutes for table discussion and then come back.
I'm not sure I'm supposed to come back, but I've come back.
You look a bit imposing just standing at the front.
Isn't it? You know what? It's the same principle.
No, it's really good.
Thank you.
Love that trailer.
Yeah, it's cool, isn't it? That's what I like about it.
I approve of presentations that start with the Robbins report.
Yeah,
Right kind of
I don't think I've done one that doesn't for quite a long time.
I love the
You do that in schools?
The Robbins report.
I was going to say.
Sometimes.
Me too.
It was everyone's feedback, wasn't it? But then we played it to a group of 17-year-olds and they went, it's a bit slow. Yeah, but bored of reading that now.
But it's true, so a colleague of mine did
just saying how interesting that kind of this type of course is, and I think it requires kind of joining up between admissions and really kind of in our team it's quite small and we don't perhaps have the we're still kind of feeling out what this kind of these qualifications are a bit, and as well, so it requires a bit of joining up, but it's a really interesting project. And then we started talking about hitting the kind of marketing to hit that kind of 16-year-old audience, which I think is always a challenge. So that's how the conversation, but yeah, and that we loved the trailer. Yeah, we thought it was great.
That our admissions team, our recruitment team and our widening participation team are all in the same department and we're not in marketing. Now I don't think that's not specifically a benefit, but it means you've got a core unit there, so you can sit down and go, well, we're thinking about how many people we should or shouldn't let in, and you want to make sure you get the most and you want to get a particular type of person. So we're already all in the same room talking because that's the department, and that's not true at all universities, and increasingly admissions teams sit off to one side and recruitment and marketing sit over there, and they're not talking to each other. So I think that's the particular benefit, which is a Bath thing rather than a specific thing to the MOOCs. It's a sort of accidental good.
Hello. So yeah, just to reiterate, we absolutely loved that, and we loved the video, and we've had a really positive discussion about it. I think probably the biggest thing to talk about is that we discussed is ways in which you could repurpose this and share it. So we talked a little bit about, you know, is it too Bath branded? Would other partners or other universities consider using it or disseminating it, or would we need to take Bath off it completely, which seems a bit unfair. But generally speaking, we just thought there could be opportunities for this to sort of promote the qualification, which in turn supports widening participation. So all in all, it seems to tick a lot of boxes. So.
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up, yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, we started talking about this as well, and we thought that's perhaps a very accurate way of the platform supporting measuring this is if enrollment data having more detailed information, because it's really hard, as you said, you can't be sure who you actually get in the end. But enrollment data could have a bit more information to allow institutions to accurately measure that. So that would be a great enhancement to do it right.
So on the presentation, the reason I included the no, it was this, wasn't it? This was almost all of the evaluation that we have when it comes to this MOOC. When we go into schools, people tell us that they've sat it, and that's quite nice.
I think if you were to have on the enrollment data something at least about a postcode or something, so the city at least, because at the moment it's just country, age, highest educational qualification. So some more data, please.
The thing I'd actually really like to know is school. School would be
Oh yeah, that'd be good.
What school are you at and how? Would be a perfectly reasonable question to ask.
Yeah.
I think that would be the kind of thing I'd really like to see.
Yeah, even city to a certain extent would help, because that place in Shropshire would turn up. Thank you.
We went a little bit off piece to start off with, and had lots of trailer appreciation, and talked.
I really want to make clear that I have
No, I talked.
saw it being made.
talked quite a bit about how making trailers that will work on social media was really important. When our old, for us, some of our older trailers were very long. They're getting a lot shorter. And we didn't really spend a great deal of time on the questions, I'm afraid. But one of our questions was, where does it begin to get blurry between us actually delivering curricula that is really in the school's domain, and is there a way that we can get a kind of a double benefit from some of the stuff that maybe would support our students transitioning into HE as well? We didn't really answer that one.
I think given the way schools are feeling a bit of a gap isn't a bad thing, but I think in the long term it's not a replacement for a teacher who's stood in front of a class and has the expertise to do that. So there is a balance there, I agree.
So it was just something that you mentioned, which I don't think we actually discussed, just something I was interested in. You mentioned doing sort of social media targeted marketing. Is there anything you can feedback on success on that? Because I think when we've tried MOOCs before, we've had limited impact. We're probably doing it wrong. Yeah.
Again, it was done. I wasn't involved. But it was successful. It's the first one on the MOOC had something like twice as many people do it as any other run. It's the only one we bothered to do it marketing on, and it got a much wider audience from a much wider set of countries. But I think it was a pretty standard set of social media marketing stuff. Adverts that appear in your sidebar or whatever it might be. It was all based on Twitter, which again, Seek Wisdom tells you isn't where you should be doing it. But it did seem to have an impact. But there was no way of knowing that really.
No.
We did get click-through rates at the time. I've forgotten what they were, but there were certainly people looking at it.
Yeah, thank you. Well, at Southampton, we have a MOOC, Developing Your Research Project, which targets people doing the EPQ and takes them through the process long and thin. It's on its 16th run now. And looking at your trailer, I'm thinking we need to reshoot the trailer. It's quite an old one. We need to up our game a bit on that one. But what's interesting is our recruitment team also really love it, and it's really given them something concrete to go out to schools with and talk about, and talk to students about when they come to visit days and open days and that kind of thing. The other thing that's been useful for us is to repurpose it within Southampton itself. And so we have a kind of slightly bespoke-y version which talks about research ethics and things like that, which we run with our second year, third year students, which is all about, introduction to research. And so we're able to kind of repurpose that material and use it effectively internally, as well as having that open course that's going out kind of 4 times a year. And that's been really useful for that internal narrative of how do we reuse these courses and make them valuable.
Well, the thing you've got at Southampton, which we're really jealous of, is obviously Emma and people in...
Yes, Emma.
Is it Learn With Us?
Learn With Us, the transition team, yeah.
I met Emma at a conference recently, and she was just saying, I can just do all these things. We can't just do all these things because we made this big thing. I said, we want to do something else. The ability to go out and talk up the project and the values of it, I think, was really successful.
Yeah. We're looking at a revamp of it with some interesting ideas.
I hope that doesn't turn us into competitors.
Well, I was thinking though we should be collaborators, not competitors.
Okay, yeah, I prefer that as well.
So again, I think we've probably talked about quite a few of the things that other people have talked about. A couple of points. We talked about which schools we thought offered the EPQ, and were they always the schools in the most deprived areas or colleges in the most deprived areas, and therefore was that possibly skewing who takes that up? And if that is the case, then that's obviously a bigger issue in terms of resourcing for them and so on. But really think that was a really worthwhile project to be supporting. We also talked a bit more broadly around kind of university responsibility, just for broadening horizons. So lots of young people, I think, are not used to having their views challenged in any way, especially in an online context, because their social media feeds will just echo what they always say. So just having those opportunities to kind of debate and to work out that etiquette and those sorts of things we thought were also really valuable. And finally, we also talked about are there colleges who are FutureLearn partners who could perhaps fill in some of these gaps in terms of MOOC provision, so around the kind of vocational training side and things like apprenticeships, where perhaps people are crying out for more support as well at the moment. So lots of different directions of travel we thought you know could develop in the future.
I think the thing on the first point, it was actually really surprising when we looked into it where the EPQ was being offered. And what was really interesting is, firstly, a lot of the very, very top private schools don't offer it because they already did something like it. So you go to somewhere like Charterhouse, and they've got their own Charterhouse project, which they've been doing since time immemorial. So they don't want to do the EPQ because you know it stamps on what they're doing. Interestingly, of course, the Charterhouse project isn't recognised by university admissions teams, so now they might be thinking perhaps there is a value of bringing in something for the EPQ. The range of schools doing it's really surprising. Most schools now seem to have some kind of offering of it, but it's not everybody who's doing it, and that's where it then becomes quite challenging.
Yes.
Who are the kids in the school who are most likely to do the EPQ? Debatable, different in different schools. The thing we were talking about on our table is that what would be really nice is if things like this MOOC, like the one at Southampton, like some of the other resources, make more schools feel confident to take up the EPQ. So over time, we're actually engineering towards more schools offering the EPQ. So it's actually, aside from all of the admissions advantages, it's a genuinely good qualification and it actually helps students to get on, so you know they do better. We've seen some data for that. So if schools did move on to think EPQ is just core and we should all just be doing it, that'd be great. Well, thank you very much. I just want to say again, as I've said many times, together. Very much, Marie, who sat at the back, thank you to you for putting all of this together. It's fantastic.
Thanks, Robbie. So we've now got a tea break downstairs in the refreshment area where most of you were when we started the day. We're running a little bit behind schedule, so we'll go to about sort of 25 past for the tea break, and I don't think the wrap-up session will necessarily needs to be as long as the end of the day. So we'll still make sure that we finish by 5 at the latest. Thanks. Hello.
I'm working on informing our college board. We've got loads of statistics revenue. Do you know if Future also has the last year number of certificates sold and total revenue? Average per quarter for the last, well, it doesn't have to be now.
Is it not on the plus side? Is it not like a... No.
No, I can understand why it's separate, but
email me.
Oh, you did quite well. No, it's a very positive story also about the corporation.
My bad. Testing 1 2. Testing. Right. So this is
These two are
presenter.
now battery powered. So
Yep.
we've got presenter and we've got Nigel. Yeah. When it comes to Q&A,
Wait. Well, Nigel's
handing this out.
for Q&A. Yeah.
Right. As long as he does that, that's fine.
He did it that time.
I need to go to the toilet now and get a coffee myself. I don't know if one of you guys wants to go first.
Yeah.
You go.
Do you want a coffee? Bring it back up.
No, it's alright. I'll run down, literally.
I'm going to bring mine up anyway. So. So sorry, just to double check. So this is presenter. That's Nigel. Yeah. Cool.
So, I'll switch this off for now, actually. I recommend just double checking.
course, no problem at all.
Right, that's on. Yeah, that can go in your pocket, and then I'll just attach this to your collar. A bit of a pain, them clips.
Alright.
Yeah, there we go. And I'll just attach this. Right, that's great, thank you. If you just want to pull the white.
Yep, no problem at all. Just make sure I don't walk off for this.
Yeah, I'll come and grab you. Right, if you just want to actually
Yeah,
what you want to do.
no problem. I'll put that in my pocket. Thanks very much for that. Thank you. Right, I'll try and be quick.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Just a couple of things. Just a reminder, when you're introducing yourselves, or when we're going around, introduce yourself when remind people who you are and where you are from. And it's also just struck me that I've only looking. This is like almost become like a gathering of like the founding UK members of FutureLearn today. When you look at actually where all of the universities are, and this week is the fifth anniversary of the launch of the first FutureLearn course. So a nice, happy. Anybody remember what it is? Pub quiz, first ever FutureLearn course. Wait, hang on. What? Yeah, UEA secrets. UEA secret power of brands. Was it a lead course? Oh. So a week on Monday. Helena Gillespie actually from UEA, who worked on that FutureLearn course, had a really good talk prepared for today, but it's half term and there were childcare things, so she couldn't come. But maybe at another event. Anyway, this is like reminiscing. So speaking of founding FutureLearn partners, Aidan is going to talk about University of Strathclyde and that.
It's quite interesting you said it, Nigel, because I will never forget when I was approached and asked, would you like to be an extra in a film we're going to make? And here I am, one career change later. So it was a pretty good decision to make. And I'll talk about that course, Introduction to Forensic Science, as I go through my presentation today. So what I'd like to talk about today is we have had quite a few approaches to widening access, widening participation at the university, going right the way back to the very first MOOC, Introduction to Forensic Science. So what I'd like to do today is just kind of give you a whistle-stop tour through what we've actually done and what we're actually going to do in the future, because we do have quite ambitious plans with our MOOCs and other courses. So just to give you a Scottish context, I know I'm not the only Scottish presenter today. Howard, my line manager, made sure that I actually got this in to explain to people that we're talking about the right thing. So the university sees widening access. It's also known as widening participation. It is very much a strategic priority for every university. That is predominantly because the Scottish Government has made it so. A lot of this is tied to funding because a lot of universities are performing very well, but a lot of universities aren't. And I'm pleased to say that in the time I've been with Strathclyde now, 6 years, we have made tremendous efforts. And as I go through this presentation, you'll see why that has actually been the case, because we've had a very much a joined up approach to looking at the widening access issues across all university services, across all of the programmes that we teach. So it actually involves every single person at the university. So as you know, it generally has a lot of factors, which you can see here. This is what the university look at. So it's not just younger people, it's people coming from the care system, it's mature students, it's people coming from the SIMD index areas, which we've obviously touched on earlier. So in 2015, as I said, the university got really serious about this and realised that this is something that we are not doing well. We need to improve and we need to do better. And it was quite interesting considering we align ourselves as the place of useful learning, which is our tagline, and we are a leading international technological university. And it's quite interesting to see that in terms of the widening participation strategy, that the word technology actually did make it in as one of the top priorities. And since that time, we've actually smashed our widening access targets early, which was quite an accomplishment. And how we've actually done this is we have a widening access team, and we've all talked today about how do we do this? How do we know who, you know, the external organisations are? Who should we talk to? Where should we go to? How do we promote this? At the university, we started out with just 2 people, and in that time, that team has now got 12 people. And it's up to that team, the widening access team, to really scan the horizons, to be, as we say, the grouting and the tiles, to actually make those connections, to actively engage with the academic departments and all the university services, and then look at the outside world and see how these things fit together. And it's been so successful. We've won quite a lot of awards in the past couple of years. We got 2 wins in the Guardian University Awards, which has been quite an accomplishment. And it's also a testament to the fact that we've really went head on with this, because we weren't performing well. But the fact is, we acknowledged it, and we had a really ambitious strategy to tackle that. And as I said, we're only getting started with this. So there's quite a lot of initiatives. One of them I wanted to show you was the Children's University, which I know a lot of universities have outreach programmes that are going on. But the Children's University is one that tackles the kind of younger demographic, whereby they go into schools, they find out what a university is, and in some cases the forensic science programme was actually shown to them, and they actually got to learn the basics of science in terms of taking your DNA, taking a footprint. What is a fingerprint? What does it mean? You know, how is this used to identify you, and what are the characteristics? You know, it's bringing a bit of interest in science. So not only do they show the younger students this is what university is like, but hopefully give their mums and dads and their carers and their parents some ideas that there are other courses there. So we do embed the MOOCs at quite a young age, and we work with the Children's University team on that. So in terms of underrepresentation, what it means, particularly at the university, there's quite a lot of categories here, but the ones in bold are the ones that we are most focused on. The care leavers, the university again has won an award in this area, trying to get care leavers into education, into university, and looking at mechanisms to support them. And again, the MOOCs are heavily promoted as one way of giving people a flavour of what a Strathclyde education is like. So when they go to these care events and whatnot, the FutureLearn courses we offer are presented to them, along with other online course offerings. And in terms of what we've done with the MOOCs, we have done quite a lot of things. This journey went back to 2015 with Introduction to Journalism, and Professor Colin Grant, who was the very first person who actually got us into the FutureLearn partnership, came to Howard and I and said, I've got a crazy idea. Let's put an invite out to all those on the MOOC and invite them, those who can make it to the campus, and let's bring them on campus and let's have a celebration event at the end of the MOOC. To which we thought, how are we going to do this? We've only got 3 weeks to pull this together. And we said, well, what we'll do is we'll bring them in, we'll buy them some food, they can get to meet each other, we'll have some kind of marking event with all the academics and the team that made the MOOC. It can be an end of course celebration that they can join in. And we'll also do a quick presentation on how they can actually now take their learning forward or further. And we actually got the widening access team, the finance team, in to do very short, snappy presentations, but also to be there and to be visible and say, if you are interested in coming to university, this is what you need to know. These are the grants that could help you. This is how we can get you in. We got 10 people. They were actually very nice to meet. It was actually nice to meet future learners, because we know that there was local meetups, and I'm sure this still does go on in some courses. But for us, this was quite an interesting approach. It's not one we've done again, as I said, because there are other ways to do it. So we now do special Google Hangouts to promote our courses, and we use the lead generation tool as well. So the other engagement events we've done is we took part in the FutureLearn Choices, which actually went really well. I don't think it's run since. So we took part in that twice, and we actually got quite good results. And the lead educator came to me afterwards, and she said, and I think this is code word for smart arse, she said they were a notably shrewd and sharper cohort. They were very direct with their questions, but they were engaged right to the end, and most of those were people of school age, because it obviously was part of that programme. But the lead academic said they really enjoyed that cohort because they were really engaged and they were really interested in the whole forensic science. That, and she said there could be some potential future murderers in there as well. But the feedback was really good from that course, so that was a really good initiative to be involved in. So again, I'm not going to go through this. This is basically the key features of our MOOC. So this is when we looked at all of this after that first event with the Widening Access team. We did actually think that the MOOCs were a really nice fit, and we then started to work together to actually look for opportunities to promote the use of MOOCs as a kind of lever to get into the University of Strathclyde for further learning. And when you look at the kind of stats behind this, Ofcom's latest data, it's not been updated since, is that 40% of households in the Glasgow area, still do not have very good access to broadband. They have 45% of UK households on a very low household budget, so that could also equate into the fact that they don't have broadband connections. So we then started to look at this and think, what could we do, what could we offer that could encourage people to actually undertake our courses, and who could we work with? And Clyde Gateway came to the front of the queue. They are an urban generation company, and they predominantly work in the east end of Glasgow, which is a kind of an area that's up and coming in Glasgow. The Commonwealth Games in 2014 was hosted there, and it does have very high levels of unemployment. So we basically started to look at this and to think, particularly after the legacy of the Commonwealth Games, what could we actually do? Because the university did have a great relationship with Clyde Gateway. Our students engage with them in quite a lot of other initiatives. We have a law clinic, we have a business clinic, we have careers and CV advice that people can get access to. And then again, MOOCs was on this list, and we really sat and thought, how could we actually encourage people to undertake the MOOCs? And then sure enough, Glasgow Life came to one of our meetings, and Glasgow Life are the kind of the leisure arm of Glasgow City Council. They run the libraries and a lot of the other leisure services. And they said, we've just opened this library, the Olympia Library, which is absolutely stunning inside. And they said, we have a lot of PCs in here. We have a lot of people who are always asking what free learning opportunities are there out there, what you know, the all ages and stages over and above the usual, how do I type a letter, how do I prepare a presentation. So they said, we would really like to introduce some of our users to online courses for free. So we then worked with them over a couple of months, and I worked with the digital learning team, and we came up with this idea that we could actually train them and promote our courses via posters and leaflets in some of the Glasgow libraries to actually say to people, these are free online courses, they won't cost you anything, you can undertake them in your own time, or you can come into one of our Glasgow library locations, and staff will actually, the digital learning team will actually support you and help you get to grips. So many sessions were run and promoted where anyone who was interested could come along and find out, what is a MOOC? What is an online course? Over and above how to get started, it gave them access to computers to use, they gave them free headphones to use, and there was somebody there to actually be on hand to help and talk people through how to get started over and above the usual IT things that they have. And they obviously, as I said, they have the facilities which people maybe don't have at home. So again, this all spiraled out, and it's actually now propagated into quite a lot of other areas, not just the university and Clyde Gateway. We now actually have these people, these learners are now actually actively going on and seeking and actually securing employment based upon the fact that they now have these certificates, they have these qualifications. They can put things on their CV to say they have undertaken this learning. So we have, as I said, we've worked more or less to make sure that the Glasgow Life team have these champions, as they call them, as well, that they're actually able to now offer this in most of their libraries, to say to people there are these online courses, not just specifically Strathclyde MOOCs, but there are further learning opportunities that you can undertake, and we can help and we can support you. So one other initiative which is very similar to the one we heard from this morning, which is not a MOOC at the moment, but we are looking at this and possibly going to scale this into FutureLearn, because when we devised this, we didn't have Learning Manager. So myself and Howard came up with this idea for widening participation to actually create a course that's aimed at all students coming into the University of Strathclyde, and introduce them to university life generally, academic skills, reading, writing, what is a lecture, what is a tutorial, how to study, how do you log into your email account. So at the university we're very lucky that students automatically get their login credentials at the end of June. So they roll forward in the student registry system, so they have all their login details. And basically this course would begin at 4 weeks before the Freshers Week. So there was that window of opportunity to contact them, to email them at their personal email address and say, welcome to the university, you're now part of the community. And we have this course called We Are Strathclyde, which is free, there's no obligation to undertake it. It'll introduce you to university life, there'll be tasks you can undertake, and you'll look at the key skills much like the study skills course that we looked at this morning. And more importantly, as we've all agreed today, students really don't trust and don't really listen to anyone, academics or otherwise, at university. They like to hear from other students because I would agree it's definitely more authentic to hear from real students. So we created this course, and I'm just going to show you the trailer, if this is going to work. So we based all of this on our experience and our knowledge and know-how from creating MOOCs. So this was a MOOC that was never really a FutureLearn MOOC, if that makes any sense. And we've run it for 3 years now, and it has been really, really successful. We were actually quite blown away at just how many people signed up and how many academic departments are really relieved that somebody centrally has taken this on, because they've all tried various approaches. Some work, some don't, and what we've been keen to stress is this is not replacing induction. This is really just gently guiding all students from all backgrounds, mature learners, young learners, those returning from the workplace, all the widening access routes into one very generic course, but covering the things that really are critical and important. And I'll come back to the feedback in a few minutes. So generally we were best placed to actually come up with this idea, and again working with our widening access team who helped us to look at how to design this. And it was just quite fortuitous with time, because it was at the time the QA enhancement team in Scotland was looking at transitions, and in this case this was transitions into university. So it was quite easy to fit this into our workload. As I said, it's a 4-week course, 1 to 2 hours per week. It opens in mid-August and ends on the Friday of Freshers Week, which is a really nice segue, because we get the University of Strathclyde Students Association in on that day to do the Google Hangout, to close the course and to nicely hand over, and the student president comes in and says, welcome, we can't wait to see you, we have all these activities lined up. It's not just about partying, it's about getting involved, outreach work, student ambassador roles, you know, so we do try to get them in and do the hard sell to promote you know, life over and above studying for the next 4 years. So in terms of the impact of designing this type of course, as I said, this hadn't been done at the university before. The questionnaires that we again have the FutureLearn approach of pre-course, post-course questionnaires. We have the pre-course welcome area, we have steps. Everything is laid out and structured in the same way we approach the design and builder for FutureLearn courses. And the results were really, really welcoming. We're really happy to see that 90% actually liked it. We don't know who the 1% were that didn't dislike it, but we could track them down if we wanted, but we let them off with it. But the most important thing, and I talked about this morning, is student confidence. And regardless of where you're coming from, what your background is, or you know, your journey, the one thing that students have fed back is how they feel about the confidence about starting life at university. And over the 3 years we've done this, this has actually still been really high. In the pre-course questionnaire, they're still feeding back they are really, really anxious about starting life at university. They're really pleased that they're coming to university, but they're actually terrified. And I'm pleased to say that in all 3 runs of the course we've run, by the time the course is finished, this level has increased, and they're not just ticking that box in the questionnaire, they're actually giving free text feedback to say, I'm coming from America, I'm coming from Southeast Asia, I'm coming from Australia. I now feel like I know more about the university. So it's actually worked out really well. The feedback, again, the transition from school to university. I'm an international student. I find the whole prospect of coming to university is terrifying, and I've really enjoyed taking part in the course. I'm a mature student. I have no connections, and I've never set foot on a university campus. In future years, again, we have this issue we discussed earlier on about how do you now make this appealing to all different facets, such as the international aspect. We have had feedback that there's things that could actually make this slightly better. So as I said, for next year, we're going to look at potentially maybe running this in FutureLearn, and it's ripe for a redesign and an update, and hopefully we'll get the support from the university executive to do that. So we'll take all this feedback on board. Quite ironically, a high percentage of people in Glasgow who attend university actually live in Glasgow. Most people who live in halls don't actually live in Glasgow. Most people who go to university actually still live at home, and I was one of those type of students. And again, they'd like to know more about the department, more international aspects, and more about students with disabilities. So you see all of this stuff starts to, when you start to kind of unpeel the onion, there's a lot more there that we could do. But as I said, the aim was to have a very generic 4-week course. Quizzes were useless. Quizzes were helpful. I'm sure you all see this in your courses as well. Less stuff, get to the point quicker. The main thing is at the end of it, they get a free certificate. And who doesn't like a certificate? And see if they don't get the free certificate once they've actually clicked their way through the course. They have to, it's Moodle and it's conditional release. There was one year, last year, there was a slight error on one of the quizzes that we didn't set up. We introduced a cybersecurity quiz from somebody who thought they knew what they were doing. They didn't set it up right. We should have triple checked it. We had a flood of emails saying, I can't get my certificate. I'm really angry. What's going on? And then we discovered it was a quick setting, a quick change to make. But again, before they've even set foot in campus, they have this certificate. And we know from feedback that students actually really like having a certificate. FutureLearn's much the same. So anyway, in terms of the future plans for widening access, we're continuing to promote our learning opportunities. We do update them from time to time on what we're doing. We work very closely with the widening access team because we're really lucky we're in the same directorate as them at the university. We're in student enhancement and experience department, which is the area I'm in, and it's also where registry sits. So all the key departments are under the one umbrella and the one boss, as I should probably say. So believe me, that makes life a lot easier. We will continue to use the FutureLearn lead generation tool in some of our MOOCs, and we also will continue to offer incentives for further learning opportunities such as course discounts, because we're starting to see a lot more different types of course types being offered. At the university we have a rubric for new MOOCs proposals, and one of those is you must have a pathway to further learning at Strathclyde. So that makes our life a lot easier, but we're no longer seeing lots of traditional or online MSCs being put down. People are now coming up with shorter CPD course offerings. So that makes offering the lead generation tool a lot easier, or using the lead generation tool a lot easier. For example, on our Violence Against Women course, we offer a 10% discount. On our latest one on data, we offer a 20% discount on a CPD course using the lead generation tool. So these have worked well in the past for Strathclyde in terms of caring for vulnerable children. and our genealogy course, which is still pulling in lots and lots of people, and the interest is still there. So we're really pleased with the lead generation tool. It's worked really well for us. So I think after all that, as I said, that's just a whistle-stop tour of all the various things we've tried. As I said, widening access is very much within our area. We can't ignore it. We're lucky to have such a big team working on it and who are producing great results. The good thing is they're always coming to us and they meet with us and they say, what are you doing? What's on the pipeline for the next year in the MOOCs? And we tell them and we say, oh, you know, we're doing one enforced manage. Oh, I know a women's aid organisation who are looking for CPD for their staff. We could get them in to do that, and maybe we could look at getting them then onto the masters if we can look at, you know, offering a discount. So we're really lucky we have such a good widening access team who really are very well connected and well engaged, particularly in the Glasgow area, because obviously it's our job, to actually know what's going on. So, you know, it's not something that our team could spend hours and hours looking and guessing. We do have them to fall back on. So I think from today, the main thing I kind of look at from my angle that I wanted to put to you all is really the three questions you can see on screen here, which is, what can we do? We all come from very different universities. We all have different resources. Most are limited and are diminishing. But what can we do to actually promote and widen access for our learners? What support can we put in place? As I said, for me, that was giving up half a week of my time to spend with Glasgow Life and actually talking them through a MOOC, showing them what it is. Then they went away, tried it themselves, and they came back to me with questions like, how do I mark, what does it mean to mark as complete? You know, they basically went through the learning experience themselves, and then they became the kind of the advocates, the champions to actually field the questions in the sessions in the libraries. And are we doing enough to develop courses that will have the appeal? And I think we have kind of looked at this today, you know, in lots of different ways. But these are three things that I kind of think at the back of my mind from my own experience. I'd be keen to hear more about. So, how long do we have?
We're 10, 15 minutes. Oh, we started late, so why don't we say sort of 15 minutes total.
Okay.
Yeah, don't worry, I'll talk about everybody with you.
Go back, yep. Okay, we'll report back now because I'm just conscious of time, so will we just go clockwise? Yeah. So the first table was in, we get any feedback?
We suddenly started talking. We talked about whether we were doing enough to develop courses that will appeal. Are the courses out there anyway? Should we be doing more? And there seemed to be a whole raft of different things we could be doing, which sort of brought us back through to Carol's proposal from this morning about whether we should be all be doing it or all be doing it for each other, if you like. We weren't sure about promoting access. We were back to that conversation about how do you target the groups, how do you get into to speak to those groups. And Steve was talking about the cult of celebrity, and I don't know who the equivalent of Gary Lineker and Chris Chris is now, but you know, that kind of type of thing. And then we were then talking about whether we should be trying to offer opportunities for people to undertake courses, whether they're actively for getting access to university, but just to actually open up people's ideas about the possibilities that are out there. So maybe targeting groups with things that might be of interest to a particular group, and it's not just the younger school leavers that we might be targeting. And I can't remember what we were just saying after that. Oh, it's about whether there's a group there, and it might not be for HE, whether it's for FE or somebody, but interesting you with the access with the partners in Glasgow, whether we should be looking at places like job centres and places like that to tap into a market that might not have that outlook, might not have access to the facilities, but we could partner with a job centre to offer those opportunities. So we went possibly a little bit off piece, but...
No. Great.
Carol from Leeds again. I think we had the same kind of conversation really, and I think this is a personal thing more. I'm not understanding here whether we're talking about widening access to university or widening access to our own universities. I would question whether nowadays people don't know that university is an option. I don't see that. I think most of school leavers do understand it's one of the options to them. I don't think it's this hidden thing and I don't feel they think it's unobtainable. I think what we're looking at here is, are we trying to get widening access into a Russell Group university, or I think people are aware of university. So I'm not quite sure what the question is.
I think universities in general and our local communities are they aware that there are different routes in? Particularly in Glasgow, it is a big problem in Scotland generally, because we are seeing students coming from backgrounds and that are not in the lower SMID postcode areas, and there is a lot of work needs to be done to actually promote.
Do you know what the barriers are though? What are the barriers to that?
There's a lot. I think it comes down to generally that people don't think university's for them, and it's actively looking at things like giving them access to MOOCs, the FutureLearn Choices programme at the application stage, or when students are thinking about applying for university, or just bringing students into universities generally to let them see that it's not a big scary place. Because I think in Scotland there's this mentality that that's not for me. I'm bigging myself up if I was to go to university. Even college is seen as, no, that's not the route I would go. I'll just work, or I'll be unemployed. So I think it definitely there has to be a PR exercise undertaken to actually say university is for everyone.
Okay. Is there anyone else? Thanks.
I think you're certainly getting diminishing returns from our table, but we were really inspired by your work with the local libraries, and just thought that was a really interesting and great way to get out to an audience that perhaps we hadn't considered, and librarians are sort of custodians of knowledge, and sort of getting them on side is a really great technique. We talked a little bit about how inspirational it's been to hear throughout the day about students as creators of course content, and what a great opportunity that provides them in terms of professional and personal development, particularly in like media training. I can imagine that can really help to differentiate themselves from other candidates if they're going to when they leave university. So yeah, great work.
Thank you.
I'll summarise. Hi, I'm James Robinson from the Raspberry Pi Foundation. I'm not from a university, so it's been really interesting listening to all these university sort of based conversations today. I think we really liked the bit you were talking about with taking it out into the community. I've actually personally delivered some training in Glasgow Library, and the atmosphere there is very nice, and there's lots of outside people coming in to do this kind of thing. And I think we spoke about the fact that there's people out there that maybe aren't used to learning in an online way, and so sort of giving them a space that connects that face-to-face environment with the online world might give them confidence to participate more. And I think we also spoke about identifying champions within the community that you might be able to use to kind of spread the knowledge of the university, of the courses, and that kind of thing as well. And there was a phrase that you used, which was around learning champions, is that the phrase we used? Which are trying to find those people that the students look up to, whether that be their scout leader, their teacher, their aunt or uncle, and try to go via, connect with those people via local youth groups and that kind of thing. Is there anything I've missed? Yes, that. That it overcomes the stigma of universities being a challenge to absolutely. What we said here.
Yeah. Thank you.
Steve from the University of Leeds. I don't think there's a great deal to add to that.
That's
really.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, we talked about kind of the looking at it from a different angle, and that actually thinking that we'd most of what we talked about was widening access for 17, 18-year-olds, but thinking about it more in a community setting, which was really different. What we came back to in terms of what support can we offer, really for a lot of us, and I think it's, as has already been said today, it's about teams working together, and if teams don't sit together, people kind of creating MOOCs, things like that, or looking for ideas, going and speaking to widening access teams, education engagement teams in the university. I work in an education engagement team. We look at, and we're told kind of, we need to do more digital resources so we can increase our reach and blah blah blah, and actually kind of linking that together. And I know it's actually now sitting down and really having those conversations about how can we work together, because there's a lot of resource in different areas. So let's now really look at kind of matching that up.
Yep, excellent. The last group.
Yeah, there were one thing that we sort of, one of the inspiring thing I thought was that Southampton suddenly thought, okay, wait a minute, we can use our students sort of as in their volunteer work, go outside and help learners to learn, because that, I think, rather than access, it's also the ability. Sort of they need to be shown that how to do it, get this little fear for online learning or learning at all out of the way, and helping them, for instance, by using your own people, but also using organizations that you weren't aware of. So it's also looking into the community. Who do we need for this? Because it's not just a university job. This is something for a whole lot of people. This is for local government, maybe even national government. This is a huge problem, and this is not to do it just on our own. It's bigger.
Yep, no, absolutely, and we are living in the world of diminishing returns in terms of resource. But yeah, I mean, that's, as I said, we do look at our own students. There's a programme where student ambassadors at Strathclyde students can actually undertake outreach work in the community, and what I'd really like to see is somebody actually doing this kind of work with maybe like people in old folks' homes, or people in rehabilitation centres, etc., or primary schools, anyone who's out there in the community that can go out and spread the word and just make people realise that there are other learning opportunities available, and that you don't have to do a postgrad or undergraduate degree or a 6-week CPD course.
Great. Thanks very much, Aidan.
Thank you.
Get David's slide.
Of course. I think everybody's flagging.
I'll unplug it here.
No worries.
So we're doing a switch there.
Hanging in there?
Yeah.
Long day?
Leave her off.
There's like stylistic difference between the last trailer and the one from Robbie. Yeah.
Where's that sound coming from?
Under my buttons now. Get myself decent. Yeah, go on.
There you go.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Check this. It's a bit noisy there. Just going to put it on the other side.
Yep.
There you go.
How's that?
Yeah, the button's coming done as well. So you might Can I just double check the mic one more time?
Yeah.
Just underneath. Alright. There we go. That's perfect. Thank you.
It's all right?
Yep.
Yeah, brilliant.
Okay, going to finish the day with David from Bristol, who's going to talk about interesting project which they have been running, and also talked about this at the FutureLearn Academic Network meeting a couple of months ago as well. And just to remind you about that, if those of you who are interested in FutureLearn Academic Network, the next one is next month at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine at the beginning of November. So do look on the partner sites if you want to go to that as well. I'll hand over to David.
I wear many hats at the University of Bristol, and I often end up at meetings and events, and when I'm due to introduce myself, I wonder why on earth am I there? I think this time I know I'm here because I have the self-designed title of Academic Director for Online and Blended Learning. So I do want to talk about the Bristol Futures open courses. I always worry when I go to a presentation and there is a question mark in the title. That can mean two things. It can either mean the answer is no, and I know that the answer is no, or it could mean I can't quite prove it yet, but we think we're onto something. It's the latter. I can't quite prove it yet, but we think there's something there. So what I had done is I'd mapped out what I wanted to talk a little bit about. One of the benefits of being at the end of the day, and I think we've seen that as we've gone through the discussion sessions, as many things have been said already, is lots of the stuff that I might have said if I were first has already been said. So I may whiz through some things. However, the discussions that I've had over coffee and around the table of things have highlighted some of the things that maybe I should have put in had I thought about it in advance. So I may go slightly off-piste. I was thinking about some of the guidance in the Bath video about for students doing EPQs and the advice practice and practice and practice your presentation before. You'll have to forgive me slightly if some of it where I say things that I haven't practiced. Hopefully it'll make it a little bit more meaningful. So what I will talk about a little bit first of all is about Bristol Futures, what Bristol Futures is. I'll talk a little bit about why open, because I'm quite intrigued by some of the things that we've talked about. Why using an open course on the FutureLearn platform, or why using the FutureLearn platform at all might be the right solution. And then I'll talk in particular about relevance to students from underrepresented groups and go down to some of the things that we have learnt. So just to think a little bit about Bristol Futures. So we were very conscious as a university that we had a very strong reputation amongst our students and amongst employers for the quality of our, if you like, discipline-specific teaching and learning. but very conscious that really what we wanted our university education to be about was rather more than that, and thinking very much about going back to core academic values, that a university is more than just studying your subject, for me as a chemist, or getting a good degree in history or law or whatever. So what we want to do is almost reset that agenda. So I'm going to talk about one particular aspect of Bristol Futures, but it's a much wider project than just that. So it recognises the strength of that discipline-specific education, but it puts an emphasis on self-reflection and personal development and skills development, and actually engaging with other students, and more importantly perhaps other students from different disciplines. And one of the things that I've picked up through, as we talked about, the two different approaches there are to skills development. So we've heard about different courses that are based around skills development, where that is really the prime focus. Or there is an alternative approach, and I was talking to Alice from Oxford Brookes earlier, is about delivering support for skills development through an academic context, and that's very much the latter. So, for example, what we decided, what we noticed, and we picked these three themes: innovation, enterprise, global citizenship, and sustainable futures. We picked those because they resonate very strongly with the values for the university, for our students, and also the city of Bristol as being a really quirky city that has these values. When I look at responses for National Student Survey data and look at the qualitative responses at the end there, when the question, what's the best thing about going to university? And I'm hoping that they will say it was the brilliant first year lectures from Professor Smith on quantum mechanics. They never say that. What they always say was the city of Bristol, the city of Bristol, the city of Bristol. So actually, if that's what they value and that's what they're talking about, we wanted to use those as being the hook to get the students engaged, our students engaged. And by exploring these three interdisciplinary themes, or one of those three themes, we hope that we would then draw them in and improve their skills as a result. So what we have done is we've developed 3 open courses on the FutureLearn platform, one in each of those 3 themes. We did put them together as a programme, Unleash Your Potential, and I'll just come back and talk a little bit about that in a minute. So this was, they're essentially extracurricular courses for our students. We've had input from staff and alumni as well who wanted to engage with that. And it's very much, as I say, the courses are a way to develop skills. And we talked a lot to students about employability, so they're very much about personal development. And we talked to students about enhancing their employability as a hook to get them to engage and thinking about the return on their investment in their fee income. It's really quite interesting. We did a lot of work with students in development and in co-creation, and many of them said, yeah, we get the point about the employability. Actually, we're more interested in the personal development side of it, and we know a byproduct of that is employability. And so we've played down almost the employability aspect because they say, yeah, we understand that, and they think we're selling it too much. One of the things we also wanted to do was to embed these themes through our curriculum, all of our curricula. We knew that was going to be a long-term project, and we thought by introducing these courses and making them freely available to our students that it was a quick way of saying all students, undergraduate, postgraduate talk, postgraduate research, could engage with those 3 themes. So we developed a skills framework. Don't expect you to be able to see that, but we thought about, and it's a sort of translation between the words that employers will use, and we thought about those various themes. In developing the courses, we did pay attention to the particular themes and each of the steps. So the innovation and enterprise, you can see that we looked and we mapped the various skills as we went through for each of the themes, and actually did it down to each of the steps as well. We make that available to students and to personal tutors in advising students about which courses they might want to take. Just to give them a little bit of guidance so that they know where, and thinking a little bit about self-reflection. One of the things I'm very keen to do is to get students to think about the things they're not so good at. So I was at the careers service once and I was talking about self-reflection and student strengths, and I paused, and they knew that I'd paused because I knew I shouldn't say weaknesses. And somebody said opportunities for development. I like that. So strengths and opportunities for development. And our students all tend to be really high achieving students. They're used to getting very high marks, but what they don't like doing is taking risks. And what we wanted with these open courses, they are extracurricular, they don't count towards their degree classification, there aren't marks, there isn't traditional assessment in that basis. It's about saying, think about what you're good at against this skills framework, and rather than picking the things you know you're good at, pick the things you're really not very good at and give it a go. And it's no risk. And if you go from not being very good to being okay, it's probably better than going from something you're very good at to exceptionally good at, which is what most of our students would naturally want to do. So just have a little think about why open. And I've highlighted 2 bits here. So I think the first bit, and I've grayed out the other bits, because I think you'll take those for granted. So we did want to enrich the experience for our students. One of the themes was global citizenship. It seemed perverse to offer a closed course in global citizenship. And therefore, it was obvious that we should do the same for innovation, enterprise and sustainable futures. And actually, thinking about diversity, and we want our students to have a diverse experience when they come to university. We would like to think that the university is a very diverse community. It could be more diverse, and by making the course open and pulling in views from outside. One of the things on that skills wheel was thinking about negotiation and the idea of dealing with views that maybe you agree with or maybe you disagree with, and whether you're prepared to change your mind or argue your point and those sorts of things. That online discussion is quite a low-risk, easy way for students to do that. So, and we also wanted to provide a way for our graduates also to engage after they graduated. There are the 2 in the middle that I particularly wanted to think a little bit about in terms of widening participation. One of the things that we wanted about Bristol Futures was for this to be developed in partnership with the city. Other universities have similar sorts of programmes. What will be distinctive about Bristol Futures? Developed with the city. And thinking about, again, think back to the example from Strathclyde, we don't get very many local students coming to the University of Bristol. And what we want to do is to encourage more students to be able to come to the University of Bristol and to know that we were something that they could aspire to. So develop it, and thinking in particular, skills development for our students, it's exactly the same thinking about skills development for students in year 12 and 13, for example. And we developed the resources in partnership with schools. And also to think a little bit about whether we could provide an insight and some preparation for students to coming to a research-intensive university. The one bit I didn't put on here that I think that's come out of it, which is a discussion today that hasn't really been clearly stated. The other reason why we wanted it to be open, I think, to go a little bit further, why we put the courses on the FutureLearn platform, because we knew the quality that we would get from doing it on the FutureLearn platform would be much, much better than anything that we could do on our own VLE. And so I think that was quite a powerful reason why we did it with FutureLearn. So I'll probably gloss over these, because thinking a little bit about the relevance to underrepresented groups, I think that's very much what we've talked about as the day has gone on. The one bit that I would put at the bottom, this was not intended as a direct recruitment activity. It is based in Bristol, and one of the things I'm quite proud about actually is the suspension bridge doesn't feature anywhere in it. And we went out to Stokes Croft, for those of you that know Bristol, some really, the proper Bristol, really quirky areas of Bristol, showed Bristol in the raw. That's great in terms of preparation for international students, and again, thinking a little bit about students. I want them to know when they come to the University of Bristol that that is the city of Bristol. It is an ethnically very diverse city, and that's one of its strengths. If that's not what you want, then actually it's probably better that you know that before you come. But it's not about a direct recruitment activity. So one of the things that we did also do is we wanted to integrate this into our Access to Bristol programme, which is our programme for formal programme for widening participation. So we promoted this very actively to our students on the Access to Bristol scheme. One thing that a problem that we did have to begin with, which I think we've now resolved. For these students, they registered as if they were external learners. So we used Learning Manager for our own students. The students on our Access to Bristol scheme registered as external learners, and therefore we have no information about their engagement unless they choose to come to us and tell us about it. So that is a weakness in what I say, but I think that we've mastered that now. The answer to that is actually to build the cost into our access and participation agreement and say this is something that we are investing as a university, this is how we are spending our access agreement money on part of that, and then it covers the cost. Why didn't we engage the students through Learning Manager to begin with? Because, to be honest, it was going to cost us for every student. We were expecting quite a high take-up rate from our students, but not necessarily the Access to Bristol students, and therefore we were reluctant, sadly, to commit to that investment. Since now we've changed our contractual agreement over Learning Manager, we would do it differently and just sign all of them up and not worry about the rate of attrition, if you like. So how did this work in practice? We've done 2 runs of the courses, so 6 courses in total. In January, in July. July was going to be an interesting one because July is out of conventional university term time. And what we wanted to do, because it's an extracurricular activity, it was meant to be for PGT and PGR students as well. So we wanted to feel that they got something. We were recognising them when they're there over the summer. But we also wanted to recognise that some of our students feel that they have an awful lot on as it is during term time. And doing it over the summer was a chance for them to engage. Bit of an experiment. It actually worked, I think. So we had about 1,000 of our students engaged in the January run. About 600 over the summer, so out of term time, so I think that's more than we were expecting. The 3rd run started this week. The bit on the right, it's a shameless plug. Because as I say, what we would really want is our students make up a significant proportion of the learners on the courses. What we would really value is engagement from other university students with different views, different perspectives, especially international ones. And if partners, strength of the partnership could be in promoting that. What did we learn? Well, we did think of them, we thought of them very much as an integrated program. We launched them as through a program structure, Unleash Your Potential. That was off-putting. We found that was off-putting to not necessarily to our students, but to prospective students who thought, even though it doesn't indicate that they had to do all 3. So we did that for the first run. We got lots of people saying, this looks great, but I can't commit to doing all 3. They were off-put at that stage. So we've dropped that part of it, the programme part of it. The upgrade fee, which again, £32, we set it at the lowest rate. It came out as a headline figure for the 3 of £96. That was instantly off-putting to widening participation, prospective widening participation students, even though we made it very clear in our marketing that the course itself, engagement, was free. It was only if you needed to upgrade that would be the point. And again, coming back to our Access to Bristol students, using Learning Manager as a way to give them ongoing access and deal with that part of it, I think will be much easier. Bit here about we could have used Learning Manager more effectively. That was the lesson that we learned. Actually, the per learner fee model did not help us with this. A flat rate fee where was much more useful in terms of being able to use Learning Manager. I've got a quick, this is an infographic based on the February courses. The one thing that I would just pick up on here as a stat is we found that our learners, our students, were 4 times more likely to complete than external learners, which is quite interesting. So what did we learn? So the bit that I think that is different for what I'm talking about is because we signed up our students through Learning Manager, we know who they are and we know everything about them. So we can start to answer some of the questions that that we would like to ask when I ask the question in the title. So for example, thinking about the popularity, there are various WP flags that we would identify, and the course was more popular in the round with students who had a WP flag. So this is the bit where I just scribbled some notes down before I came in. There are WP flags can mean different things in different universities by the measurement. We're very clear about international students because that's based on their fee status. That's a really clear one. We have complete data about that. Very much more popular with international students. So our average across the university is about 18% international students. 35% of those taking the courses were international students. I think we might know the reason for that, because they really valued the fact that there were transcripts to go alongside the videos and they can stop and start. So it's a really good way of learning. The students on our pre-sessional language courses loved them. And the courses, their course tutors engage and use the courses for their teaching as well. Interestingly, also much more popular with students who identified as being Black, Asian and minority ethnic. So even when you take out the fact the international students is more popular with international students, it's much more popular. If you just look at home undergraduate students, much more popular with BME students. And that's quite interesting, because we know that nationwide there is an attainment gap for those particular students. So there's something, it seems, about these courses that appeals to those students and might be a particular way of supporting them. I grade out the female students, much more popular with female students, but we don't see an attainment gap for female students. So we have not quite a 50-50 ratio, but in terms of engagement with the courses, it was more like 75% female, 25% male. So just thinking about the WP flag, for example, more popular with state school students, more popular with students from socioeconomic classes 4 to 7. Talked about non-white, disabled students, much more popular with students whose parents had not been in higher education. So thinking a little bit about, so the problem is I've talked about the popularity of the course as opposed to the impact. And the answer is it's too early to tell, but of course we know who these students were. So we can, when we've given them an opportunity to graduate, we can see what the outcomes are and benchmark them against students from the same groups who have not taken the courses. So we can do that. There is always, of course, the age-old question, is it the better students who've engaged with the courses, or do the courses make the students better? We'll have to follow that one as well. There is a little bit, I've also talked about engagement, different question to completion. There is also a question that it starts to show, but I'm not sure it's statistically significant, that the students with the WP flags are more likely to complete than those without. But for my background as a chemist, chemical physicist, I'd like to be able to prove that to 10 significant figures, and I can't, so I'll stop. So just to flag up then, I posed 3 discussion questions. One of them was about promoting the courses as a resource to schools, local schools and colleges. We developed the courses with local schools and colleges to think how they might use them, but we've struggled with uptake, largely because the teachers in those schools, and especially the schools in areas of deprivation where they struggle for resources, they find it very difficult to integrate into their teaching. They know it would benefit the students, but they're so pressed for time, they don't actually have the resource, the time, to be able to modify what they do for this, to be able to do this. Even though we said, we will keep running these, this is something that's worth investing your time in doing. So we would like to be able to engage with schools and colleges outside Bristol, so there's a question there. Other questions are a bit more asking the question about impact. So do we think that they are more effective in preparing students for a traditional university education? So I'm thinking about a research-intensive university like Bristol. And then whether there is any other evidence out there that suggests they are actually very good in supporting students in achievement, if you like. So I'll stop there, conscious that I'm last on.
Table, and then 5 minutes or so for reflection back, and then I promise I'll do a very rapid wrap up. Okay. You're off as well? The great. Okay. Well, good to see you. Nice to meet you. Lovely to see you again. Yeah.
You're flying that one way, of course.
Oh, everybody's. Oh, this is it's annoying.
I'll join.
Yeah, go
Another group.
go on then. Go into they're all Nuala and matey from Leeds. I don't know.
I'll make some new friends. No worries.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, bring that up. Great. Good. And please, fill in the feedback form when I send it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much.
Pleasure. A pleasure. See you in January. Thank you. Yeah. Where are you from? Where are you from? Where? Oh, okay. I'm not gonna. I think I'm going to go to Sydney train station.
Going to a train station.
I'm going to Newcastle and Wollongong.
Oh, amazing.
So sandwich.
You definitely are. You'll be going right through.
Yeah.
Newcastle, we're going right through it, basically.
Yeah.
Enjoy New Zealand as well.
Yeah. No. Have you been there? No.
I want to go. It's a bucket list place, isn't it? Yeah, it looks beautiful. Lots of Lord of the Rings I've seen many times.
Yes. Yes. I don't know how much of Lord of the Rings actually, that's a good idea. Actually, I hadn't thought about a bit of Lord of the Rings. A bit of Lord of the Rings tourism. Okay. Well, have a good journey back.
Thank you. Thanks for
Pleasure.
It's about stick to the question because I didn't for any of the other presentations. I do have a comment about that.
Okay, excellent.
That actually thinking a little bit about the City of Bristol, and I was extolling the virtues of the City of Bristol. There is a bit of a feeling that actually that can be attract the wrong sort of students, who come and think about the nightlife, and you've got the academic reputation and a city with a brilliant night.
Thank
you.
It was really good. I think how you promote it in schools and colleges. I would have an open question, having not seen it, would be if it's badged as interdisciplinary. That's why schools that is one of the reasons that schools will be hard to engage, because schools think in extremely disciplinary lines, and so finding the person who will promote an interdisciplinary thing when they've got limited curriculum time to teach a curriculum subject is probably the biggest challenge.
It is absolutely.
I don't have you an answer.
The reason why we're doing it because students coming out of schools are so rigidly stuck in their disciplines.
Oh, absolutely. But I think that's why it'll be really hard to get them in the first place. Whoever runs the EPQ is probably the way in.
Yeah, that's a good. Yeah.
Yeah, so I just had a question really, which would be, do you see a tension between something which you write for basically somebody who's got into university as being something that could also be written in the same way for somebody that's in sixth form? Are they two separate audiences, or do you see a crossover?
No, so there's most definitely a crossover, and one of the tremendously liberating things about a course like this is you're not constrained by level. So in developing a course that is a credit-bearing course for the curriculum, you're constrained to, am I delivering this at level 4, level 5 or level 3? And actually the ability to deliver some concepts at different levels, and the flexibility of the course in order to be able to skip over things and go backwards and forwards. There is an absolutely brilliant video done by one of my colleagues on the concepts of difference and diversity, which is superb, and questioning is one good and one bad, and which way round it is. And I watched that, and I thought, yeah, that's brilliant. I thought, can't explain that to anybody. And it's delivered in a very accessible way that would be perfectly accessible to a Year 12 student, for example. But really, conceptually, it takes a lot of getting your head round. So I think that's one of the things that we have achieved, and we've managed that. Probably more say the tension would be between students who are ours, either prospective students or current students, and external learners from a completely different demographic group. But I don't see that there's not a tension in level. I think any lower than that, if we were thinking about Key Stage 4, for example, I think that will be pushing it a little bit.
You heard a lot of our discussion,
yes,
but just to reiterate for everyone else, we talked about the kind of the issue for school uptake will be that interdisciplinary thing, as you said, and also the sense that there are so many pressures on time. So is there a way of badging it in any way that doesn't take away from the fact that it's not a course which is either curriculum focused or indeed made in partnership with somebody like an exam board, but are there any bodies that sort of teachers would resonate with more, or kind of, you know, accessible sort of organisations, just to sort of help with the kind of the sell of that, because I think that's a really, really tricky one, but one which is, the course is absolutely, is a really, really worthwhile one, and one which schools should be engaging with.
Thank you. Great, thank you very much.
Great. Okay, so we'll do a rapid. I'm not going to do a summary, really. Other than to say that there's been a load of really great ideas that have come out of today. I will be sending a feedback survey to you all, hopefully on Monday. I've been jotting down questions that I'm going to ask in that as the day has gone on. You know, a reminder, like, this event has really come out of the feedback that we've had from you, both in terms of having an event that doesn't take place in London, having an event that is hosted by a partner, having an event that is around a topic that you've told us that you've wanted to discuss. So we can only continue to develop ideas based on your feedback if you give us your feedback. So please do engage with that. Thank you all for making the effort to travel here. Thanks to those of you who are watching online. Thank you to Diane and your colleagues at Manchester for being wonderful hosts. And again, we send Ian our best wishes and hope he is in a standing position before too long. So we'll give you a round of applause for that. Yeah, and thanks for the team at the back who've been brilliant in terms of the live streaming has been excellent, and there have been absolutely no technical hitches. So thank you all as well. In terms of my team, the person who actually has done the most work to sort of turn like the initial idea into actually a reality is somebody who's not here today, Monty King, he's the partnership manager in my team who works with Manchester. He is actually in Australia at the moment working with Newcastle University Australia version. You might have seen an announcement earlier this week. They're going to be the first FutureLearn partner to develop full undergraduate degrees on FutureLearn, and Monty is spending a few weeks with them helping design those courses. And I suppose I will use this as a shameless plug to our team services are available for a reasonable price. If you do need any, like that sort of like, we have done this before in terms of like coming into organizations and sort of, helping with learning design, helping with any of the sort of the stuff that we help you with kind of on a day-to-day basis on a grander scale. We are very happy to do that. Should you wish that. So yeah, we'll send Monty our thanks for putting together the day. But Lucy has sort of took over from Monty when we discovered he was going to travel to not to Perth, to Newcastle. So thank you, Lucy. And I think that's probably it. Thank you to all the speakers. Yes, thank you. So, like I said, the upcoming FutureLearn event, so the FutureLearn Academic Network is at London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. So halfway, yes, it is in London, but yes, it is but it is at a partner organisation. So that's at the beginning of November, the 6th, I think, but I might be wrong. Those of you, there's still places available for the FutureLearn Partners Forum in Melbourne, if you've got some travel budget spare. And the Partners Forum in London in January on the 20th and the 21st. That is open for registration now, so please do register for that. So, yeah, that concludes the day. I'm going to go to there's a pub over there next to a Starbucks that we walked past. It was empty at 10. Or is there not, if you want a recommendation, Diane? Oh, go on. The Bull's Head. Yeah. Okay, the Bull's Head. Plenty of space? Plenty. Okay. The Bull's Head. Okay, so the Bull's Head opposite Euston. I'm going to go there after we've packed up. Piccadilly. And when we get to Euston, we'll go to somewhere else. Anyway, Bull's Head opposite the station. Wherever. We're just wasting time there. So I'm going to pack up, but we'll see you there. If those of you who want to go there.